Hey guys, in today's video I will talk about how you can download the Tableau from the Tableau website and install it in your system. So right now I am here in the tableau.com, and here it has these options of product, solutions, learning. So the product that we want to download is the Tableau desktop. So generally you can go into the products and go to Tableau desktop to download and further install it. Or you can, sometimes it's given down there also about the Tableau desktop, like this, try Tableau for free. So get the free trial. Once you click over here, then you get the option of Tableau desktop. So you can download the free trial, which is for 14 days. I think it is a sufficient time to really evaluate the solution if you are looking for a new solution and want to evaluate for a company. So you can give your business email or personal email and download it for free. And down there it has a couple of other options. Tableau Online. So if you want to use the similar solution but it is a cloud-based, then you can use this. Also Tableau Server, where you can use the Tableau Online and save your workbooks to Tableau Server. Also Tableau is offering Tableau Public, which is nothing but Tableau Online, which you can download. The only thing is, once you save it, you have to save the workbook in a server. So we'll talk probably later about that. But the focus is that you go ahead and download it. So once you give your email ID over here, it will give you the option of download free trial. And once you download it, it will be available in your system. Like this, I have downloaded it a few days back, and once you download it, you can double click. Since I have already installed, it will give me the option of repair and uninstall, but the installation is very easy. You can simply click on next and continue with the installation, and it will going to finally install it. But if you find any issue or not able to install it, you can comment your questions about what kind of error it is giving, or maybe you can search on Google. I think a lot of information is present on how to install it and remove the issues if there is any. Alright, once you have installed it, it will be available in your system, and through the icon I am just opening the Tableau desktop. The icon may be available in your start programs, or it may be available on your desktop if you have chosen during the installation that you want the icon on the desktop. And here is the quick interface about Tableau. So it has a lot of features. Its window is divided into 3 sections. On the left hand side you have the options of connecting to various data sources. On the middle section you have the option of seeing the recently open workbooks, and down there you have the information about the sample workbooks which is coming along with this Tableau edition. And then finally at the end, on the right hand side, you have the information about getting the training, about how you can connect the data, visual analytics related training, understanding Tableau, and more training videos. And down there you have resources about the blog, Tableau conferences, forums, all of that information which you will require once you will start making your hands dirty with the Tableau system and start developing the Tableau workbooks. Down there you have the visualization of the week. That's something available through Tableau Online, where a lot of contributors are present across the world submitting their visualization, and one of the best visualization get picked up and shown as a visualization of the week. That for me work as a motivation about what different people are really doing with Tableau, and how you can really make your visualization a professional one while looking at how others have done it. So I will really encourage that you go down there, look at the visualization of the week, and make your visualization more beautiful. So that's about it in this video of how you can download and install it. In the next video I will going to talk about more for this interface, what it is, and in more upcoming videos we'll go more in depth into visualization and how to do certain type of stuff within the Tableau. Well, thanks for watching, and keep looking for the next video and subscribe to the channel. to get the videos directly in your inbox. Hi guys, in today's video I will talk about the different types of connections that is available within the Tableau so that you can connect to whatever data sources that you are looking for. So this is the Tableau workbook that is open from the last video, and the idea is that to show you the different types of connectors. So for example, most of the times we have the Excel as a connector, so where we can simply choose Excel and it will open up the information about our data sources, the location from where we can import the Excel workbook. As you can see, it has the option of figuring out whether there is any Excel workbook is mentioned over here. Apart from this, you can take the information from a text file, because mostly servers, let's say, give you log files and all in the form of a text file, or any other data sources giving you the text file. Then you can take it through this. It's very simple. Again, it will open up the dialog box and you can select the text, CSV or TAP file and get it imported. Then you have Microsoft Access database related files, where you need to specify the database location and all. So if I click it over here like this, you need to browse the file if there is any password or any workgroup security, and then finally open it. JSON file. The interesting thing is PDF file, because you can read the PDF, and I have a separate video altogether to show you how it can read the PDF file, because most of the time even I struggle with that. If I need any government related information which is published on government data websites, they are publishing the critical information in a PDF, and within the PDF you have tables, and to get that information you really have to copy paste and then fine tune the data to make it more meaningful. But with the help of this option, we can straightforward download the data directly into Tableau and make a little bit of adjustment and make it useful for our dashboards. We'll talk about the spatial file for location related data, statistical file, and when I click more, it has the option of figuring out whether you want to use any Tableau related workbook information, Excel, CSV, all the different options which you are directly seeing over there. Here on the left hand side, it's basically given over here. Apart from this, if there are any server locations like SQL Server, Oracle, MySQL or Amazon Redshift, apart from that, a lot of options is given over here, like Firebird database, Esther database, Teradata, Splunk. So a lot of options is given over here from which you can really directly connect and get the data directly into your Tableau workbook. Like Salesforce, one of the very interesting one, because mostly organizations these days are using Salesforce. So it's very simple. You just go and click, it will open a Salesforce interface where you can sign in from your username and password, and it will just ask you to whether you want to allow the access of Salesforce to Tableau. That's pretty much all you need to do, and you will be getting the data directly into your Tableau workbook. So these are the various options that we have. In coming videos, we will be exploring a lot of these options based on where the data is stored, to walk you through about the examples and how you can configure and do the advanced configurations in the upcoming videos. So that's pretty much about it, and in the next video I will going to walk you through with the workbook about what the workbook is, what the dashboard is, story, and there are different parts about filters and how you can make selections, stuff like that. Well, till that, thank you for watching, and subscribe to the videos to get directly in your inbox about the new video information. Thank you. Hi guys, in this video I will give you a quick overview of Tableau workbooks. So here we have a couple of sample workbooks in the Tableau trial version that we have installed, or the professional version that you would have installed. And let's try open the Superstore workbook and see what it is there. So here is a workbook which is being created by the professionals in Tableau, and I'm just using it so that you can get an idea about what are the things that you can do with the help of the Tableau and these stunning visualizations that you can create it. So before I go to the visualization, let's go ahead and understand a little bit about the different tabs which are present over here. So what kind of tabs they are, whether a sheet or a dashboard. So at the end, if you see, you have these little three icons. So the first icon is basically a new worksheet. So worksheet is where you configure the visualization. Dashboard is basically the place where you use those visualization and basically pick multiple sheets and combine it. So for example, here in this case, the customer is a dashboard, and it can be identified with this small square icon that has the two crossing lines. Similarly, it is here, new dashboard. So with this icon, we can identify, okay, this is a dashboard, and within this dashboard, you have these multiple sheets, and you can actually take the visualization from these multiple sheets, put it over here, and show it like a consolidated view for your senior management. It also has the capability of drilling down based on the filter specified, and based on that you can do the drill down. So for example, here the 2014 data or 2015 data, stuff like that. So all is what I will leave it as a default. And so this is a dashboard where you can use multiple sheets, and here in this case of forecast or what if forecast, so if I click over here, this is basically a sheet, and a lot of options are given on the left hand side here and at the top to configure the sheet. So this is where we create the visualization. Once we create the visualization, we can create a new dashboard from here, and it will appear like something like this with a blank space along with the sheet information, and you just keep on dragging the sheet and create multiple visualization to create one single dashboard. Then finally what you have is the stories. Stories and dashboards are pretty much similar, but how I see a difference between a dashboard and a story is that stories are very, very specific, and something like used as a presentation where somebody is really explaining the visualization and providing some sort of a commentary on that visualization. I don't see any story over here, but if I need to create one, I can click over the story, and it asks us to add a caption. So maybe whatever caption that is related to that, we can enter it. So for example, if let's say we want product sales by maybe country, or you can say highest product sales. Once you do that, you can go into the products and see what are the options that is available. You just drag it down these that particular dashboard over here, or if you have a sheet like this. So as I mentioned, it is similar to your dashboard, but it's just that it is very, very specific. So if you want any other information, you can drag it down over here and make it. Once your one story is complete, you can actually give it a name to a story. Like here it is saying that you can show the title, or if you don't want to show a title, and then you can create a new story point which is following this point. After the product, what is the next story related to it? Product commissions, and maybe what you want is the commissions dashboard over here, and it shows basically based on the different products that you are selling, what are the commissions that is coming. So this is just a very example with much of a connecting thing, but the idea that I'm trying to give is that first you create your first talking point, explain it to your audience, then you create a second point, and then you go ahead and create another one by creating a new story point, blank, and then add like order details. So if you are a product specific organization, you can create these stories related to the products, which is helping your audience to understand how your products are getting sold, what kind of commissions are companies giving on those products and stuff like that, which is probably important for your business. If you are a sales related organization, then probably your focus will be on the geographies, about what are the geographies in which you are doing good sales, and then within the geography, what are the products that are getting mostly sold, and then maybe within the sales you want to focus on specific customers. So basically you can create the entire story and then take these blank slides and keep on adding the sheets or dashboard based on the information that you have it here. So this is the sheet I just entered. So that's the option that you have to basically create these stories, which is similar, as I mentioned, to your dashboard. So here we have the three things: the dashboard, the sheet, and then finally we created one story out of it, which is just for the example, but I gave you the basic idea about why you need to create a story and how it is different from a dashboard. So that's the very quick overview I just wanted to give you about the what are sheets, what are dashboard, and what is a story, and a basic difference about it. That sheet is to create the basic visualization which you want to use either in dashboard or in story. And then I finally told you about the difference between a dashboard and a story, about when to choose which one based on the need of your audience. So that's pretty much all in this video, and I will meet you in the new video with the topic of how you can create these visualization within the sheets. So we'll start with the basics. So here is the JSON data. You can go to this link. I will put this link into the description of this video so that you can also test it. And what it is, it has given us a simple JSON file which I can right click and save as. Once I save as, you can choose the location and give the path to give the name to the file. So what I have given is data.json JSON as I gave it earlier, so I will not going to save it again. So here this information is in JavaScript object notation as the full form of JSON, and if you are having the file in the JSON format, then let's see how you can connect it into the Tableau. So like every other connection, it is very simple that you just choose the connector. So here in this case, here is a JSON file connector that we can choose, and once I click over here, it asks me for the location. So I have the information or the JSON file stored over here, data.json, which I saved it earlier and show you. So click open. Once you click open, it basically gives you the schema, that this is the schema, and you have city, HSE with the example of what is the value which is present over here, and you just click OK. Once you click OK, all of the information is present in front of you, and that's pretty much all you need to do to import the JSON data into the Tableau. And once it is in and you are satisfied with the format and everything, you can go into the sheet and start examining and creating the visualization on the data. So that's pretty much all I wanted to cover in this quick video of how you can connect to the JSON file, and I'll talk to you about more videos or the new topics in the new video. The idea is how we can connect to the Access file. So this is the Tableau 10 workbook or the interface. As we open it, and here I can go into the Access option, and here I have earlier I have selected the database, which is nothing but the AdventureWorks sample database. But if you have any other database, you can browse in, go to either desktop or downloads or any library where the information is present. So for me, the data is present in Access, and AdventureWorks sample is what I want to use it for this demo. And if there is any password, you can supply the password. And if there is any workgroup security related to it, then you need to provide that. So since this is a sample file and it is in my local system, there is no password or workgroup security related to this, and I can simply go ahead and open this. Once I open this, it shows me all of the options or all of the tables which is present in this data set or the database, and I can simply drag the product table and sales order table, let's say, as a different table. And here I have both the tables, and Tableau have automatically created the join. If I want to change the join, I can click here and select whatever join I want to create, whether the left join or the right join, or the full outer join is not present. So inner join, left join, and right join is what I can create and get the information over here. And I can specify whether I want the live connection, that means all the time it is connected to the database, and that helps that if my database is changing or the values in the database are changing, the value in the Tableau dashboard will also be going to change as soon as it happens in the database. But if I want an extract, that is mostly people do, because they do the offline reporting and does not want to change the result as and when user is viewing it, because what happens that if one viewer is, or the one report analyzer is analyzing the report on one number and it changes, that creates some kind of confusion. So sometimes, or most of the times, the better option is to go and use the extract, so that all of the data is extracted and it is not changing frequently. Once you do that, you can go into the sheet. So I need to save this. Maybe I can just go ahead and save. And once I save, I can go into the sheet, and here the dimensions are available to me from the product table and the sales order detail table, as well as measures from the product and sales order detail, which I can use it on my canvas or this white blank area to produce the visualization and make the dashboard or report. If you want to go back again to the data source, you can go here on the data source page, and if you want to do any changes, you want to add something, you want to change connection, you can do that and move back and forth between sheet and data source to make sure that you have whatever you needed to produce the report and dashboard. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I would suggest to subscribe to the channel so that you can get similar videos if you want to learn more about Tableau and other BI tools. So here is the PDF file, which is the report on economic well-being of US households in 2016, and on the page number 30, if I'm not wrong, when I scanned this entire document, or I was earlier trying to import and seeing in Tableau how it is working, I was able to see that on page number 30 some good information is given. So if I go to page number 30, so one table is here, and I think on page number 31, yeah, this is kind of an example of a good table that we may want to import, but Tableau does a job in figuring out, okay, this is also a table, but what I observed that it just picked up this first section but not the other one. So we'll see this. Alright, so let me go into the Tableau, and let's get the connector here, PDF file, and we need to specify where the PDF file is, and the PDF file is here, 2016, and here it is asking us whether we want all the pages, single pages, or range. So let's go ahead and click on all the pages. Just want to warn you that it will going to take a couple of seconds, or even in some cases minutes. So here in my case, it has very quickly gone ahead and did the scanning, and maybe because I already did it as I was exploring this PDF document earlier, but at the very first time when I imported the PDF, it took me around 15 to 20 seconds, or it took Tableau to 15 to 20 seconds to really scan the document and then get these tables. So we were at page number 31, and we had two tables on page number 31 as it is mentioned. So let's go here, page number 31, and here we have the table as we saw it here. So we are at page number 31 here, as you can see, and here is the table, wages or salary, self-employment and all. So income source, wages and salary, self-employment, and here is the range of, I think 18 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49 is what the range is given over here. by age. So that's the table you can get. There is another table, table 2 on page number 31. Let's go ahead and see what it is. And I do not see any table. So let's see what Tableau is really scanning. Remove. Page number 31, table 2. So I think it is probably the same table, wage and salary and self-employment. It is just counting it twice. So to clean such information, sometimes what you can do is you can use the Tableau data interpreter in this case of where you have some messy data, and once you click over here, what it does is it tries to clean up the information. As you can see, there was an additional column and now it is being removed. So similarly, there was a table on page number 30. So if I remove the table here and go to the page number 30, table 1. So here is the table 1 which is available on page 30, and as you can see, even after using the data interpreter, it is not really useful or not very clean. I'll just remove and see what is in table number 2, and comparatively better. And if I go and use the table number 3, yeah, much better information. So that's how you can very easily get all of your PDF document results or PDF document tables directly in Tableau and start using it for your visualization requirement. And it gives a lot of advantage when there is a public data which you really need to extract and do some analysis with the internal data and combining it with the external data. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Here is the sheet that or the workbook that I'm using, Superstore, which comes with the Tableau 10. So if you are running a Tableau 10 professional or a trial version, you will get this worksheet with you. So the idea is that when I'm selecting any of the measure or the dimension, we will see how this show me visualization tab will going to enable the visualization. So let's say if I select commission as a variable, you will see that bar chart and a histogram is basically becoming an active one, and I can just simply click on it and the bar chart will be created for me, or maybe histogram here in this case will be created for me based on the default values and the default configuration of Tableau. Alright, once we are here, what we can do is we can remove this information, the default one, and let's try to select one variable, one measure and one dimension, which is region. So I just hold the control key and selected the both of them. And now, as you can see, there are a couple of more visualizations like bubble chart and box and whisker plot, the tree maps and the circle views. These different types of visualizations are becoming an active one, and I can simply click on this and create the visualization for me. So like this, central, west, east. So now if I want, I can expand this a little bit. Say for example, I want to see each of the region by salesperson. Then I can simply go ahead and drag the salesperson to this shelf. And now all of this information is displayed for me. And the square size is basically indicating the sum of commissions that is given to salesperson. If I want to change the visualization on the fly, well, I can go in and let's say I select tree map. So this is how easy it is. I can just select the tree map, and based on the region and the salesperson, I am getting the information. So that's basically how simple it is within the Tableau, that you just select any measure or any dimension and see whether visualizations are getting enabled or not. If it is getting enabled, you can play around with it and try to see whether it is making sense for the work that you want to achieve with the help of Tableau and with the help of the data. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video about how you can select dimension and measure, and based on the visualization enabled in the Show Me palette, you can select and create the visualization very easily and quickly. So I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Let me open up a Tableau workbook, and within this workbook I have this story created for you which will help you explain the different types of file types. So Tableau has multiple types of file types, or somewhere around 8, and each one has its own usage in a particular scenario. So in today's video, that's the objective of explaining you when to use which one. So the first one is the Tableau workbook, and this is basically contains data visualization with the live data connection, and you can share your workbook with users who have access to the data. So as it is mentioned, those users sometimes they are like fellow developers and have the access to the similar data sources, or with the help of connection string, etc. And if you need to share your work with them, you can use .twb workbook when you are saving your workbook and share with them. The next one is Tableau packaged workbook .twbx. So this is basically useful, or this is basically a file to view the data and visualization either in Tableau or Tableau Reader. The benefit is that you have the data extracted in the workbook to use it offline. So this is ideal for users who does not have access to the data but need the analysis. The next file type is Tableau Data Extract. It contains the aggregated and filtered data that can be used readily in another Tableau workbook, as well as when you don't want to hit the database again and want the data available offline to use in one or many workbooks. This type of extension is really helpful, and we will see in upcoming videos about how we can really use it. The next file type is the Tableau bookmark .tbm. It contains the connection to another workbook in Tableau, so that you don't have to create the similar visualization again and again and merge it. Only caution is that the book, or this a mistake, the workbook in the existing workbook and the new worksheet should have the same data and fields. The next type is the Tableau data source .tds. It contains information related to data source like location, username, password, etc. This is ideal for situations like a custom data set that you or your multiple team members use it regularly. So think about a scenario that you are working on a solution, and based on the business requirement, as it keeps changing, you are changing your data set, and you want other developers, fellow developers, to use the same data set with all these custom information. Then you can save it in the Tableau data source.tds file extension. The next one is the Tableau data source extract. It is similar to TDS with an additional feature of having the data available offline. So in case of the TDS, you need to have online or the connection to the data set so that you can use it. But in case of Tableau data source, the data will be available offline as it extracts the data from the data source, but with all the customization done on the data set. For example, if your client or another team need massaged data, which is basically some incremental analysis on your existing data, this type of file will be very useful. The next one is the Tableau preferences. It is helpful in creating your own personal themes or company themes which require only specific set of colors for banners and visualization, etc. This way you don't have to set the colors for each and every object again and again, and that saves a lot of time when there are multiple colors or multiple conditions that you need to set according to your business requirements. The next file type and the last file type is the Tableau map source.tms, and it is used to create custom maps, as well as by saving the file with this extension, you can share your work with colleagues by sending the file, and that will help them to avoid the rework, doing the similar sort of work to create the similar kind of map. So these are the 8 different types of the file types that you can have within the Tableau, and take advantage of that. Well, that's pretty much all in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Hey guys, welcome to the new video of Tableau tutorial, and today I will going to talk about how you can connect to your data sources. So to create any visualization, it is very important that you first connect to your data source. So let's connect to the very regular one that we usually find in most of our organizations which work, like the Excel one. So once I click Excel, here I have the sales file, which I am giving you in the description section as a link that you can download and practice it with. So this is the sales that we have, and let's open it. So it is doing some processing in the backend. Alright, so here is the interface that is given to us once it has imported all these 3 sheets that is present within the worksheet or the workbook. So order sheet, returns, and users. Let's drag the orders sheet. So here we have the orders, the information about the orders, and we have orders as a row ID, and then order ID, then order date, order priority, order quantity, and so on and so forth. These all various different columns. Alright, after this you must be seeing some of these icons which is mentioned over here, which is, let's say, order date. In case of order priority, low, high, or not specified as ABC, and then hash in case of order quantity. So what they indicate basically, click views, the tab views. So I keep interchanging this term click view or tableau because I work in both the technologies and produce the videos for both of them. So pardon me for that. And so here hash means basically the numeric value. It indicates it is the column contains numeric value, and order priority is basically character as it identified, and that's why it has predefined it as a column which contains text. So but in some cases like this, here in case of row ID and order ID, these are definitely numeric values, but these are not the ones on which you are going to do certain operations, for example sum, multiply, and all. So sometimes it is meaningful that you convert them into a proper format. So what you can do is you can click over here, over here, and put it like string, whatever is right for this column, string. So it will consider it as not as a number, so that accidentally if you are doing any operation, it will not allow you to do in the front end. And similarly, click over here and put a string. So that's about it about how you can very simply go ahead and change the format, and as it correctly identifies the date format as it is saying, we don't have to do any change. So if you identify anything else which you want to change, you can do that. Apart from this, I want to indicate or put a focus over here, which is more sort of a globe icon, and what it indicates that it's a geospatial data for use it in the map. So ClickView has the Tableau has an internal table which basically indicates that this information is matching up with that table, and if it is, then it indicates that it is a map related information, and by default specify it as a state, province, as it is mentioned over here, these different options that you can see. And once you plot these values on the map, it will correctly do that. So province here in this case of region, if you identify that it is a correct region, then you go into the geographic role and say country region, and then it will start identifying it a proper region. Alright, so that's about your different formats that is available before you finally go and import it into the data, into the sheets. And once it is done, what you can do is, the other thing is, you can, if there is a need of renaming the values, so maybe discount, customer name, anything which is more of a technical and less of a business friendly, you can go in and rename, and you can simply type the value discount on orders, so that will make it more meaningful. So that's how you can basically go in and and rename. Apart from this, there is a reset name. If you want to come back to the original one, you can copy, you can hide the values. You can create a calculated field, which is very important because mostly within the business scenarios, we have to create a field. So for example, profit, we have something we want to create, or in this case it is already created, but let's say if we have a requirement, then when we can see what is the sales amount and what is the cost amount, and then subtract the cost from sales. Alright, so you are done with all of this information. There is a small information on live or extract. So live is something, it is connected online or live connection. That means if there is anything changes in the Excel workbook, or if you are supposed to connect to a server, and if anything changes over there in a database, it will be changed over here. And it is sometimes considered as a little bit slow as compared to the extract, where we say that you want to extract all of the data within the Tableau system and then use it in the workbook, which is stored in the memory, and then definitely the operation is comparatively fast once you are doing any manipulation, data visualization, stuff like that. So I suggest, because you are learning this system, always put an extract so that you don't have to really face a kind of a technical issue or delays in terms of how the visualization is happening or refreshing. And then once you become a pro, you can experiment with what is a better option for you. And after this, you can add the filters as it is mentioned over here. If there is any filter condition, it's very, very simple. So maybe like order priority, and then you can say you just want the data for order priority which is high, and click OK. Click OK, and it will filter up the data based on the order priority. And then you can also have the option of specifying multiple filters. Keep on choosing and filtering the data. If you want to remove this, edit this or remove this, simply go ahead and do it. It's very, very intuitive. If you have used any BI system, or even if you have not used, it's just that you should know where to go to do that particular operation, and then just simply specify the values. Alright, sales is here. Apart from this, I will just go ahead and mention about let's say returns, and put it that if you have a requirement like this. And here in this case, it does not identify any common field. That's why it is shown as in sign of exclamation. If I click over here, it gives us the multiple options of inner, left, right join or full outer join. Let's say you have multiple fields, but what do we have? Order ID in returns. So it's mainly because it's more of a order ID where actual sales have happened, and these are the returns, which is probably not included over here, and that's why it is giving you the issue. Well, if you don't want this, you can remove this, and you can put users and see. Here in this case also, you don't have any common field on which, or the data in which you can really get the values out. So let's remove this. So the idea I want to give you is basically the orders or the multiple tables that you can drag it over here, like here in this case returns. It shows you the kind of join it is creating. So here, if it is highlighted blue at the center, that means inner join, and then so on and so forth, as it is very indicative about what kind of join it is creating for you. And if you want to change on the field in which it is creating join, then you can change it from here. Let's say I don't want an order ID, but I want, let's say, customer name, maybe, for example. If it is not present, then you may need to go back, but if it is present, you can specify the customer name over here. So that's about how you can create joins and get the multiple tables over here. And in the next video, I will talk about how you can go ahead and create the sheets, create the visualization based on this data. So once you are done with this, you can click save, and once it will ask you where to save it. So let's say test workbook, maybe here. Yes, let me save it in a document and just put a save. To save the workbook, you must either create the extract or cancel to use live connection. Alright, let's create the extract and let's create order sales. Alright, and once we are done, we can come back to sheet, where I will show you the next video about how you can go ahead and create the visualization and use these various options, dimensions, measures given here, and produce the stunning visualization for your users. Hey guys, welcome to the next video of Tableau tutorials, and in this video I will going to talk about how you can create some simple visualizations within the Tableau system. So in the previous video you have seen that how you can import the data from the Excel, and now we will going to use that data here in this sheet and create the visualization. Alright, so one of the very simple way is just select the fields. So maybe let's say for example we have product name, or let's take product category because it has a lot of values. So product categories, and let's say order quantity. So we are interested in knowing by each product category what is the order quantity. So I have just put the control after selecting product category, control button, and I selected order quantity, and now I can drag both the values over here, and it will show me that within the furniture what is the order quantity, within the office supplies, and within technology the respective product ordered quantities. Let's say if I want other measures, but before I do that, very quickly I want to show that within the rows you have the product category. So this is a shelf, basically what they call. Within the row shelf you have a product category, and here within the mark shelf you have sum of order quantity as a measure. So after this, if you want something in columns which will make it more of a pivot kind of a structure, so let's say order priority, if I want it in a column, it will show you pivot kind of a structure, as I mentioned, that within the critical order priority what is the quantity, within the high order priority what is the quantity, within the low what is the quantity. Alright, so let me take it back, and if I want to increase the number of measures apart from the order quantity, let's say if I want to know sales, if I put it anywhere in the blank space nothing will going to happen, so I will have to put somewhere here and it will show you order quantity and sales. Let's say we want discount on orders. Whoop, it's probably not right. That should not be the discount, but we'll correct it, and let's say we will have profit. What's the profit? Let's say unit price, and this is basically the unit price. All it's, as you can see, is aggregated over here. And if I want to change the aggregate, let's say I want to see the average of unit price, I can click here, go to measure and click average, and it will show me the average. Same is the case with sales and as well with other dimension. Alright, so that's about how it happens over here. And here in case of sum, let me take the average, and probably now it will show you the right value. So that's how you can create a very simple visualization, the matrix for within that visualization, and within one sheet you can create one visualization. So if you want to create something else or some other visualization, you can go into the new sheet. I just clicked over here and go to the sheet, and it will create give you the option of creating a new visualization. So let's say this time I do not want to select the fields and put it over here, but here I want to use this show me this visualization and basically select this. But to select this I need to enable this, and to enable this I need to select at least one dimension or measure. So let's say order priority and sales, and now you can see that I have some charts enabled. So I'll choose the bar chart, and as you can see sum of sales is coming, but I want this by order priority, and as you can see now we have the bar chart, right? If I want, I can further make it a little bit different by removing the product category. Remove. And if I want here product category, it will show me the sales by product category. Now if I want to add the order priority, I can do that, and it will show me in each product category what is my order priority. And then you can do all of those sort of things, but let's try and change the visualization a little bit. And if you right click and want to see the data background to this, you can see the data over here, which will be sometimes very helpful, and you can export it. Also, if you are interested in showing not in a horizontal fashion but more on a vertical fashion, what you can do is you can use this option, which is swapping the rows and columns, and it will now show you in a vertical fashion. If you want to sort it, you can sort it. Let's say I want to sort this one here, as it is saying ascending by sales and descending by sales. So in each of the category, it is going to sort the sales information for you, and that's how easily you can do it. Alright, now let's go a little bit advanced. So what we have is the sales by product category and order priority, and let's try to see within the same visualization how the profit is coming up for these sales. So we have the profit over here, and what I'm going to do, I'm selecting this and I will drag it down. I will drag it down to color, and as it is mentioned over here, this is the yellow sign is basically indicating the least profitable one, and the bluest sign, with the dark blue color like this, it is showing you the most profitable category here in this case. What you can say is by looking at this visualization that within the technology, the low priority orders are the most profitable one because you are earning most profit on that, and same is the case with the medium order. So this is more of a sum of profit, but if I want to change and say, let's say average profit, how it is coming up, average, and even in that case this category is good, but this category have gone down because as it is mentioning by changing the color that when you are looking at average, this profit is going down. So with the help of the colors, you can really make some very meaningful decisions or very meaningful understanding by looking at the data, because if you will just remove this and see this, it doesn't tell you much until unless you have some way to tell, okay, out of these categories where I really need to focus more, and once somebody needs to focus, it should be profit, then where. Here in this case, it is a critical one and it is a less profitable. All right, should I really go ahead with this or not? So that kind of things, question Tableau basically helps you ask when you are really creating innovative and meaningful visualization by using these capabilities. So like this, if you have the requirement of creating any other visualization, you can just go ahead and create the next one and just simply add the visualization by going here. You have pie, you have together different types of visualization. I have a plan to cover it in different videos, but that's the way. I mean, it's simple. Just keep selecting the dimension and measure, and it will give you the option of which visualization will going to help you for these dimension and measure. Also, as it is mentioned for pie chart, you have down there you need to have one dimension and one or two measure. So let's say here customer segment and sales, this is enabled. Now I can just simply click over here or here or here or here. It will give me the related bar chart or pie chart, any other chart which is enabled. So that's pretty much all. I wanted to cover the basics of visualization, about how you can very simply go ahead and create the visualization within the Tableau and start up and running with this and make your visualization beautiful. Alright, I will meet you in the new video with some more visualization. Till then, thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for getting these videos directly in your inbox. So bar chart is one of the very basic form of chart which if you are a experienced reporting analyst, you must have seen it or created at least once while you are preparing your reports. So let's see it how you can do it in Tableau, which is again very simple. Alright, so what we have, let's say commission as one of our variable and salesperson. So each salesperson get a commission based on the sales that they are doing, and we are creating a bar chart. So here is the bar chart that we have. I'll just disable it. So this is the bar chart. If I want, so this is not pretty and needs to be sorted. So if I want to sort it, here is the option. That's descending and that's the ascending. So I will just do the sorting on descending, and I have a pretty beautiful looking chart which will give me some good information. Which salesperson is getting the maximum commission and which one is getting the minimum one. Alright, apart from this, generally we are used to of seeing the vertical bar chart. This is a horizontal form. So what we can do is we can click over here, which is swapping the rows and columns. That means these two values. So if we click here, this is how our bar chart is coming. The only problem is this, that not all the labels are shown effectively. It's just that it needs to be a little bit expanded. So you can decide how you want to go, whether you want horizontal one, all of your labels will be displayed effectively, or if you have last label, you can go to the vertical one where you are getting much better representation, which is generally how eyes are used to of seeing the charts. Alright, so that's one thing. Another thing is, to make it more effective, you sometimes need some visual component which gives you an idea that in all of this information, how the few of the people are standing out. So for example, I have a base variable, that means about the base compensation of an employee and whether it is high or low based on the commissions that is given to them. So if I just select this and put it over the color, and it is very intuitive that these two guys, William and Donald, even though they have got a very less commission, but their base variable compensation is very, very high. That means $100,000 as compared to all of the guys who are having $50,000 as their base variable compensation. So as you can see, this is how effective it is, that you are just putting the dimension value over a color, and what you are getting is the information which is standing out from all of this myriad of data and giving you an indication about based on the base variable compensation, whether your salespersons are achieving the enough quota or not. So that's how you can really create an effective bar charts within the Tableau. Also, there are several other ways. Let's say you want to group this information in some sort of regions that you have. What you can do is you can put region before the salesperson, and now within the central, within the east, within the west, all of your information will be coming. The only thing is your base variable compensation related information is gone. So if I just remove, and maybe what we can see is achieved quota, let's say for example, and we want to see in each of these regions how salesperson have achieved their quota. If I go and put it on color, this information will be displayed again based on the range that is here. So 50 to 75% is in blue, so that's basically your 50 to 75%, 75 to 100% is here, and then 100% and above is here. So this is clearly standing information which is indicating you who is really doing good for you based on the salesperson that you have in each of the different regions. So that's how you can experiment with your measures and dimensions without writing any script. It's just that you keep on dragging to color, shape, and different cards that are given over here, and Tableau will just continue to show you the information, and then very easily you can select which visualization is making sense for you, or which bar chart is really making sense for you, and you can display it on presentation or within the story here in the Tableau. So that's very quickly I wanted to discuss about how quickly you can create an effective bar chart within the Tableau, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Line chart, as we know, is present here, like these three sections that we have. So line chart is mostly used in case of here you want to show trend related information. That means data should be distributed over time, and you want to see it some sort of a trend, or predict it, that whether your sales are going up or profits are going up and down, and accordingly you can take action. But within the Tableau, the line chart becomes more special because you have a lot of properties to adjust, like size of the line chart, color of the line chart, and things like that. So let's see it in action. First of all, select the measure, let's say sales, and the order date, and create a line chart, and select it over here. Here now we have the line chart with us, which is line chart by year. But if let's say I want to change or go a little bit down, that I want to show it by quarter, then I can get the quarter information. And if you see this drop little triangle, I can again go back, see by month how the monthly sales are doing. And if I want to go back to the, let's say, year, which was much more better representation, as it is little bit very less clutter, and you can clearly see that from 2000 to 2015 there is a little bit decline, but then going forward there is an upward trend. Alright, now let's try to create a section. So let's try to create a section by putting regions, and what we want to say is basically in each of the year how each of the regions have performed. So for that I will just drag it down here, and this is central region, this is east, this is south and west, and very clearly you can see east and west are the two regions where they are really doing good, and even little at certain extent south, but central is where I think there is stagnant growth from 2016 to 2017. Alright, the next thing I would like to show you is changing the size of the lines. So what we want to basically see, I know that this is increasing, right? But how we are doing, let's say, in terms of profit. So whether this is increasing or not. So let's put it over the size. And here in case of east and west, because the line size is increasing at the end, clearly saying that its profit is increasing. But in case of central, it is declining, because from 2016 to 2017 the line size is decreasing. Same is the case with south, though the sales is going up, but the profit is declining. Alright, so that's a good discovery. After this, let's say we want to use color to really see how we are giving the discount. So let's put the color on here, and as we can see here in case of west, as the sales are going up, there is definitely a little bit better discount or more discount we will be giving. But in case of east, it is more apparent because the line color is getting more darker. But here in case of south, I think we are giving very less discount, and as you can see the line color is pretty much the same across the years. But here in case of central, it is very clearly visible the profit is going down. Maybe it's because we are giving more and more discount, because right from 2014 to 2015 to 2016 and 17 the color of the line is increasing significantly. So that means central is trying hard to increase its sales, but it's stagnant. It's reducing its profit by giving more discount. So that's the kind of interpretation you can get from this chart. So that's how you can really take an advantage of the color and size and make your line chart, a traditional line chart, a much more visually appealing and effective and useful for your end user. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. And the sheet that I'm using is the Superstore sheet, which comes with as a sample sheet, just to explain how you can create the pie chart. So there are basically two ways to create a pie chart. The first is basically selecting the visualization after selecting dimension and label, or just putting the dimension and label over here and then changing the visualization. So let's go ahead with the first step, which is, let's say, sales, and then the dimension, let's say region, if I may select, and the pie chart is enabled. I can click, and here is the information. I have region as east, south, west, central, and the pie chart related information. And if I want, I can change it from region to something else. Let's say I don't want by region, but I want by state, so I will put it on color. And these are like multiple states that we have. That's why this information is coming or not very clearly displayed. So generally a rule of thumb is if you have more than 4 or 5 categories, generally it is not useful to show it on a pie chart. So I will go back. So I think I'll just remove country and state and put region back. And in that case it is clearly and much more information about how these different regions are really contributing to overall sales. Apart from this, during the chart preparation, if you feel like no, I don't want by sale but maybe by profit, you can just remove this and say profit to size, and you can get the information by profit based on your requirement. So that's how it's easy and simple to basically create the pie chart. Apart from that, additional enhancement you can do is label. Let's say you want profit to be displayed, you can just put the profit on the label and your labels will be displayed. And if you want to increase the size, let's a little bit, then you can increase the size of the pie chart so that it is displayed based on your requirement into the sheet or the dashboard. So there are a couple of things that you can do related to the pie chart, but that's how very simple and easy it is to create it in the Tableau and then further use it in your dashboard and report. Before I close the video, one last thing, or maybe the better thing I would like to show, which will make pie chart very effective, is about using the angle. Let's say for all of this profit that we are showing currently on the pie chart, if we want to show it with the angle of discount, that how the discount we are currently giving. So as you can see, these are the different sections which are coming. So the maximum section is this particular one where you have 108,000 and then you have 91,000. So let's see it from the angle of discount. And now what it is showing you is basically where you have given the lot of discount. So with that, your pie chart is changed and your pies are basically different slice of the pies have been changed based on how the discount is. So if I just remove it, it backs to the normal situation. But if I want to add a twist to it and see it from the perspective of discount, I will add the discount to the pie chart and it shows us a much better information. So that's how you can play with your pie chart and make it more impactful and intuitive. Alright, that's pretty much all in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. So the option of creating a side-by-side bar chart is present here in the Show Me tab, and this is basically an option. So last option in the third row. So for side-by-side bar, in the end, as you can see, it needs one or more dimension and one or more measures. So it requires at least 3 fields. So let's try creating it with the help of 2 dimension. So let's say we select region and product subcategory and we want sales, right? Once we have selected this, we go to show me and click over here. And here we have the side-by-side bar chart. So currently how you can read it, that within the central, these are the different product subcategories, and accordingly the bars, these are the bars based on their sales. Same is the case in east, west and south. If you want to swap this information to look in from the look and feel perspective, you can click over here, and now you can, I think, read it much better because pretty much all the product subcategories are coming. And if you want to sort it, let's say in the descending manner, so you can click over here, and it shows descending in a descending way. So with that, that's how it's simple or quick and easy for creating a side-by-side bar chart. Another thing is that currently on the color card, you have subcategory as the product subcategory as the colors information as it is coming over here. You can remove that, and if you have any other details in the mind, let's say for example from a profit perspective you want to color your bars, then you can do that. So it's not really mandatory that you should have whatever is pre-configured for you. And as you can see, it is starting from minimum to maximum, and accordingly your bar chart is basically colored. Similarly, if you have let's say want to show the labels, so you can put sales over here and you get the labels information. And yeah, pretty much, again, size I have shown in my previous videos. You can change the size by just going to dropping the value over the size card, and here based on the size you can see where you are giving the most discount. So here in this case binders is having more discount, followed by phones here in the east region, and in central after binders it is more of a furnishing which is getting a huge discount. So that's how you can really modify and make it more visually intuitive and useful for your end users. So that's a quick side-by-side bar chart I wanted to show you in this video, and I will meet you in the new video with the new topic. So the option of creating a side-by-side bar chart is present here in the Show Me tab, and this is basically an option. So last option in the third row. So for side-by-side bar, in the end, as you can see, it needs one or more dimension and one or more measures. So it requires at least 3 fields. So let's try creating it with the help of 2 dimension. So let's say we select region and product subcategory and we want sales, right? Once we have selected this, we go to show me and click over here, and here we have the side-by-side bar chart. So currently how you can read it, that within the central, these are the different product subcategories, and accordingly the bars, these are the bars based on their sales. Same is the case in east, west and south. If you want to swap this information to look in from the look and feel perspective, you can click over here, and now you can, I think, read it much better because pretty much all the product subcategories are coming. And if you want to sort it, let's say in the descending manner, so you can click over here, and it shows descending in a descending way. So with that, that's how it's simple or quick and easy for creating a side-by-side bar chart. Another thing is that currently on the color card, you have subcategory as the product subcategory as the colors information as it is coming over here. You can remove that, and if you have any other details in the mind, let's say for example from a profit perspective you want to color your bars, then you can do that. So it's not really mandatory that you should have whatever is pre-configured for you. And as you can see, it is starting from minimum to maximum, and accordingly your bar chart is basically colored. Similarly, if you have let's say want to show the labels, so you can put sales over here and you get the labels information. And yeah, pretty much, again, size I have shown in my previous videos. You can change the size by just going to dropping the value over the size card, and here based on the size you can see where you are giving the most discount. So here in this case binders is giving is having more discount, followed by phones here in the east region, and in central after binders it is more of a furnishing which is getting a huge discount. So that's how you can really modify and make it more visually intuitive and useful for your end user. So that's a quick side-by-side bar chart I wanted to show you in this video, and I will meet you in the new video, the new topic. And I'm using the Superstore sample sheet which comes with Tableau 10, and I'm using the sample Superstore data set which is given, and the idea is to create the stack bar chart. Alright, so for that let's select at least one measure and one dimension. So like always, let me select in this case category sales, and let's create it. So here in this case we just have, since we have selected the stack bar chart, it has created one stack bar chart. What we can do is we can have multiple stack, generally how it comes by, let's say, regions. So in columns I can put regions, and now we have a proper stack bar chart. If we want by state, then we can remove this and select to have it by states, and we can see in each of these states how these different categories of products are getting sold and get an idea about it. Now apart from this, what you can do is basically showing the label. So let's say here in this case sum of sales is what you have already taken. So if you want to display the same information, you can display by putting it on the labels. And if you want to do a little bit of customization into the labels, you can go into labels, and you have the information to, or the option to change the sum of sales to text to font and alignment, marks to label all, or selected, highlighted, all of that thing. And apart from this, one of the very interesting thing is you can also control the size of these bars. So what you can do is you can just take the profit as a measure and drag it on the drag it on the size. And it is not, I would say, a very perfect or a better, but somehow I find it little intuitive in which category I have the most profit. So here in this case, in case of office supplies, I have the most profitable, or as a most profitable category, and here in case of New York, technology is most profitable one. So it's kind of as I said, not the visualization you would like to use to put it on the side, but sometimes it can be really helpful to just get an idea. Oh, that's the most profitable category, or that's where we are giving the most discount. So you have these tags, you have the information about sales and everything, and when you are putting the perspective of size, it really makes sometimes a lot of sense to show it to your management, because that's kind of a new chart altogether that you have created. Because apart from stack and normal bar chart, you are actually taking size also into consideration based on the profit, and for that you don't really have to do a lot of math in your head, and it's become intuitive. Okay, that's where my problems or the good area are, and the action that I need to take. So that's how you can customize your stack bar chart and make it meaningful for your end users. And that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Let's go ahead and see the table in action. So here is the simple text table that is present within the Tableau. So what we can do is, maybe simply I'll just select sales and select the regions, for example, and within the show me say text table. So here I have the sales by each region. Very simple, there is nothing interesting, but let's go ahead and make it a pivot. So maybe by product subcategory I want to change it. So this information is showing us the subcategory. If we want to swap it so that a better representation is coming, we can do this by clicking over here, swap rows and columns, or pressing Ctrl W as a shortcut. So once we click here, I think it is a much better representation of information, and that basically helps us, these experiments help us realizing which way is really good to show the metric. Now let's try enhancing it with the help of the colors card. So maybe we want to see this information conditionally formatted, like how we do it in Microsoft Excel, wherever there is a good value or the negative value or the less value, we want to show it conditionally or conditionally colored. So for example, profit, I put it on the color, and as you can see, if I show you over here, the negative one generally indicates is the less or the problematic area where you have the less sales. So here in this case, it is very much apparent that it is solid red, and your profit is really low over here or negative here, and as compared to the blue like this, so copiers within the central region is really the profitable one. Same is the case with West. So very intuitively you can get the details about where you are doing a good profit or not. You can change it to anything else like discount, just drag and drop, and you can get the information about where you are giving the very good discount. So for example, in the binders, in each region you are giving good discount. So that means this is a category which I think is struggling, and that's why probably salesperson has to do or give a lot of discount. So that's how you can very easily and very quickly create the tables, the text tables within the Tableau. Couple of other things that you generally want to do is adding sections. So let's say within the subcategory you want to add product name, so in that case you just have to add the product name. Probably you can say add all members, because there are like lot of members, so that's why a warning was given to you. I just selected I want to add all the members, and if I want to add category, I can add category before the subcategory to make it more sense that in each of the category what are the subcategories, related subcategories. So very easily I can do that by just keep on dragging the information. If I want let's say profit also here as sum of profit, I can add it, but I need to add it to a text. So in that case, there are basically two rows. One is indicating the sales, another indicating is the profit, but not very intuitive. So in that case, it's not really useful. You go ahead and show both the dimensions. So that's how very easily and quickly you can create the text tables, the pivot tables, and modify it as per your needs. And here we want to create the highlight tables. So as you can see down there, for highlight tables you need one or more dimension and one measure. Alright, so let's select a very simple one, sales and product subcategory, and let's try to create it. And if you see, it's very intuitive by looking at this sum of sales range, that range with the darker side is having the more sales and lighter side is having less sales. And as you can see, art and fasteners and labels are having less sales, whereas chairs and phones are having more sales. Now this information is good, but we can make it better by, let's say, adding state and we can add it over here like this, and here we have a much better information of information, and we can, for better representation, we can change it to this like this, and now I think pretty much every information is coming within a single page, and you can scroll up and down a little bit to look at the information, and information, as you can see, is highlighted based on the cross section of the data, and which is making it an impactful visualization and a table to see. And apart from this, you have the option of removing the color from sales, or you can remove the range from sales to something else. So let's say we want it to be by maybe profit. So once we do that, here we have profit, and it indicates where the profit is less by having this orange side of color like this, and blue is basically indicate a good profit like this, 43184 machines in New York. So that really helps identifying what's really going on with our visualization, and help us take the quick decision based on the information that is present over here. And apart from this, there is nothing much that I can show, but there are always some parameters, filters, and other things that you can set and make the table more meaningful. Apart from this, you can change the palette from this particular color to some other color based on your need or organizational needs or color needs about how you want to show the negative profit and positive profit, by simply going into the colors, go to edit colors and select the palette, maybe green and green to gold, and click OK, and you can see the information in a different way if that's how you want to see it. So you can change the properties as you wish, but that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. So idea is that how we can create the bubble chart. So for that we need to select at least one dimension and one measure, and let's say we select region and sales, which will show us in which region we are doing more sales, and we open this show me palette and we select this bubble chart. So requirement is for bubble chart one or more dimension, one or two measures. So we have selected the minimum requirement, which is one dimension, one measure. Let's go ahead and create it, and very easily you can see that you have central, east, south, and west, these four basically regions there. Now let's try to make it little or adjust it a little bit. So for example, region is good, but let's say we want to expand it and we want to use the state. So I will just expand it over, click over here, as it is part of a hierarchy which has been created previously. So I can use it like this, or I can simply remove this entire piece, and suppose I don't have the hierarchy, I can just go ahead and select this state as a color and remove country to that, and here I have the information. Now if you hover your mouse over to the bubbles, you can get the state name and sales, but let's say you want to get the state name over the bubbles, then you can get it like just dragging the state on the label. Similarly, if you want sales information on the label, you can get it. But let's say you are getting already state and sales information here, and you want to get the probably profit on displayed on this bubbles, then you can get profit along with the sales, and within the tooltip you are getting the information about this particular piece. Now the thing is, state is basically a third level hierarchy. You have country, region, and then state. So what you can do is probably you can make region as a filter and try selecting it. So I've just dragged the region from this palette to filters card, and I can select central, let's say for example, and click OK. And here now I have much more better filtered information. Let's say I want to change it. Just go there and edit filter, and I can select east and remove this and click OK. So that's how very easily I can further drill down. If let's say, for example, all of this is a kind of a cluttered and a lot of information present to me, I can filter it down with the help of the filters which are given to us. There is a lot of information, a lot of tuning that you can do, which is about sorting and changing the labels and all that sort of stuff, which probably I will tell you in the upcoming videos more when the situation will arrive. But the basic idea for this video is to how to create it first of all, and then adjusting its properties a little bit. The last thing I would like to cover is basically the bubble size. Currently it is shown by here sum of sales, but if you want something else, let's say sum of quantity, or maybe profit or discount earlier that we had, where we are giving the more discount, we can get it like this, and that shows us where we are giving more discount, and accordingly the profit is coming. And you can get your bubble chart adjusted the way you want according to your requirement, or you can play around with it and see which one is fitting your requirement pattern. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in the quick video about how you can create and adjust a bubble chart, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. So tree map is again a very useful addition where basically you need one or more dimension, as mentioned over here down there, if you can see, and one or two measures. And if you have a lot of data points which needs to be interpreted, or it's very hard to interpret them in a table, you can basically make use of tree maps to clearly show it to your management about how the things are really doing within those data points. Alright, let's go ahead and select state and sales, a very basic example, and let's create a tree map. Alright, as you can see very clearly, sum of sales is indicating that where you are doing the maximum and where you are doing the minimum, and accordingly a size has been given to each of the sections. So California has been given with the maximum size because it has the maximum sales, and then at the end you have North Dakota, which has the sales just $9.20 as it is mentioned. So by default it has created the space for each of these states. It has chosen the color based on the sum of sales, and it has taken the range based on the range provided there in the sales field. Alright, let's do some adjustment. Maybe we want to see the colors changing not based on sales but based on profit. Alright, let's see it. So where we are doing the maximum and minimum, so for sure sales is really high in Texas but very less profit, so it's altogether a different interpretation from the same data and same visualization. And same is the case with Pennsylvania. So whenever you are building your story, you can obviously show the maximum sales which is going on, but with the help of the profit, you can show how your different states are really doing from the perspective of profit, which gives a different flavor to your audience. Apart from this, you can play around and see the colors by discount. And now again, because the profit was less, now it is very clear that because we are giving a lot of discount within the Texas, maybe that's the reason your profit is really less. Same is the case with Pennsylvania, all of those states where profit was less, that means the discount was really high. So that's how you can easily build up your tree map and show your stories by changing the visualization and making it more meaningful for your end users. The next thing I want to discuss is let's say labels. So for example, if I want to show profit as a label, and now you have the perspective of sales, discount as well as profit. And if you want to show some other numbers, let's say maybe quantity, what you can do is put quantity over here. So based on that, you can keep on adding and basically show multiple measures. But I would suggest as a rule of thumb to not show more than 2 or 3 at the max, because it will be really hard for your end user to first of all see that how your chart is displayed, that means based on sales, and then the colors, which is based on profit, then the discount, then the profit, then the quantity, and all of that thing. That means the end user's mind will have to do a lot of work. However, visualization are meant for very intuitive information. You are just seeing it and damn, you just get the idea what I am really doing right or what I'm really doing wrong within my business area and where I need to really focus on. So I will just remove, let's say, quantity. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Alright, with this 3 information, I think that should be sufficient for my chart, and my chart is good to go. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Let's see the heat map. So this is basically the second option that you have in the show me palette. It's basically the heat map, and heat map as it is mentioned in the bottom, that for heat maps you need to try 1 or more dimension and 1 or 2 measures. Alright, so let's try with that. First select for example product subcategory, as it has good number of values, and let's select sales, and let's select product subcategory by region probably, or at the max, because region has around 3 or 4 values. So let's select the state. I'll just uncheck the region. Alright, let's go ahead and see it. Alright, something is messed up here, so what I can do is I can remove this, and first of all I can select sales and sub product category and drag it down over here and change it to heat map. Alright, now better. I have much better control, and I can now move the state to here in the columns. Alright, good picture, but not very easily interpretable. So I can swap the row and columns, and now I get a much better picture about the heat map. So which indicates where I'm making the more sales compared to the less sales and all of that based on the product subcategory and state. And I can sort it by sort the information to better see it. So sorting in the descending way. Here based on the descending I got this information, which is much better than how it was shown in the last visual. Alright, once we are here, we want to make it a little bit more intuitive. So we are showing the sum of sales for each state and subcategory within the heat map, and we want to make it much more impactful by adding, let's say, profit to the color. Once we add this, it indicates where we are getting where we are in negative in terms of profit and where we are having the more profit. So here in this case, tables are not very profitable in California, but accessories are like very much profitable. So very intuitively you can get with just looking at 5 seconds to it, you can get to know how each of these categories are really doing and pinpoint to the visualization. So apart from profit, putting it on the color card, what you can do is you can even look at the product categories and see it with a twist. So what you can do is category, put it on the color, and now you can see in each of these sub product categories in these states how your different categories are really moving ahead. So for example, chairs is basically related to this furniture and office and technology. So it's basically giving you an indication that based on the categories you have, how they are really performing in each of the states by putting it as a categorization filter, which is intuitive enough to tell you where you are having the maximum sales based on the category of the product. So that's how you can use both measure as well as as well as the dimension to put it on the color card. Apart from this, what you also have is the size. So as we have seen previously in the videos, you can put the measure on the size to really see how the sales are really coming together. So pretty much we can see that profit is good in certain cases. Here in this case, office supplies, but it's not very intuitive, or somebody would just look at it and make out a decision. No, that's not probably it is. So let's take it back, and so there is something messed up with our visualization. So I would say sum of sales to the size. Alright, we are back to the normal visualization, and let's try with discount, replacing the sum of sales to this, and now we have comparatively better picturization of how the information is for the discount base for these subcategories and state and these categories of the products that we have. So ideally, for this video perspective, I have shown you the different ways, but I would just suggest that if you are using 2-dimension, adding the 3rd dimension would add a lot of complexity and interpretation becomes a little bit difficult. So I would suggest just use the 2-dimension and use the measures like so for example, so this discount and as a color and sum of sales as a size, to have a better representation and better interpretability of the data, so that somebody is just looking at it and within just 5 or 10 seconds they can make it out what you are really trying to show in the visualization. So having 2 categories would be fine. Having a 3rd category would add a complexity. So if somebody at an analyst level is seeing it, it should be okay, because somebody may want to find trying to figure out the findings from the data and write it as a part of commentary. But if somebody at an executive level or higher level, they just want to look at the picture, which is very simple and can give an idea within very quickly, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, okay, where the problems are and where we need to focus. So I would suggest use 2 categories and then use measures to really show, okay, here you are having the more discount and but the good sales, less sales and more discount, or here you have the more sales but less discount. So probably the problematic area is this. We may need to focus it over here, what is really going on. So that's all from the heat map introduction video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Alright, so here we have the bullet chart, and for that we need 0 or more dimension and at least 2 measures. So let's first select 2 measures. So we have sales forecast and sales, and let's create it. Alright, so here we have the sum of sales as a tick over here, and forecast is basically crossing this. So generally that's not how we want. What we usually want is that this tick should be target, or here in this case forecast, and it should be sales. So let's try to replace this, put sum of sales over here, sum of forecast on detail as it was there. But in that case the properties are a little bit messed up. So what we can do is we can go here, right click, go to add reference line, and for value what we can do is sum of sales forecast per cell and make it a sum. Alright, and label, let's make it none, and click OK. Alright, so here we have the label of sum of sales forecast, and with that, if we want, so this is like for overall values, the total values which are present here in the data set. But if we want, we can add a product category, let's say here, and now for each of the product category you have the sales and you have the sales forecast, or basically a goal that you have it in the form of a forecast, and it is showing you which are very near to achieve their target and which are very far, let's say here in this case is really far to achieve their target. So that sometimes helps us really get to know about our data set and get to know about how quickly or how aggressively we are moving towards our goals. So this is kind of a workaround we have done, but not the default one. The default one, if you would go by this, then it comes with some sort of a background which basically says 60% or 80% of the target. So what I meant by that is, so let me try and remove this entire piece and try to do the entire stuff in just one go. So sales forecast, and subcategory. Click on show me and click on bullet graph. So again, the only challenge is that these values is basically not correct. So sales is coming as a tick. So let me try to edit the reference line. So it is saying 60 to 80. Remove all reference line or swap reference line. Alright, now we are good. So with that, what it is, this background is basically explaining that whether it is 60% of the target or 80% of the target, which is like an additional information, because if I right click, the reference line is 60 or 80% of average sales forecast. So with that, you get some additional information when you are interpreting. Sometimes it becomes confusing because generally people used to wonder that what this background really means, why here it is a little bit dark and why here it is a little bit light. So what it really means, so when you hover your mouse over to this background, so it basically says that whether it is 60% or 80% of the average sales forecast for the target. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this quick video of how you can create the bullet chart in Tableau, and I will meet you in the new video with a new topic. Here we are in Tableau, and within that we want to create an area chart. And as you can see, we have two options of creating an area chart. So first one is area chart continuous. The second option is area chart discrete. So we will talk about area chart continuous in this video. So for that, as it is shown that you need one date and one or more measures and 0 or more dimension. So let's try with the order date, and let's take sales, and let's create the chart. Alright, here we have a very simple area chart, and let's try to make it a little bit more visually appealing by putting segments on colors. Now, as you can see, that consumer is the biggest segment, followed by corporate and then the home office. And if you want, you can display the labels. So for that, you can go over here, take sales and put it on the labels, and the labels will be displayed. As you can see, the size is not enabled because size is default based on the sum of sales that is there. Area size is basically based on that, so that's why it is disabled. But the detail tab and the tooltip is what enabled along with the color. So that's how very easily you can go ahead and create the chart. And if you want, you can basically swap it like this if it is making more sense for you. But generally, people doesn't show it this way because eyes are used to seeing the chart in this way. So, but you have the option available. I just wanted to show you an option, and in certain situation, if it is making sense, then probably you can swap it. But that's a quick video about how you can create the area chart in Tableau, and I will meet you in the new video, the new topic. Alright, so here we have the box and whisker plot. So let me select measure and let's say one dimension to create the box and whisker plot. And here we have the box and whisker plot created very quickly for us. The only thing is that you should have an understanding about how to interpret it, because it has 5 different categories, as you can see in the label, that it has upper whisker, upper hinge, median, lower hinge, lower whisker. So it's nothing but the 5 statistical properties that this chart has, and it helps statisticians to really interpret the data about how the data is skewed, whether right or positive, or on the higher side or on the lower side, so that they can make some assumptions from the data, and which will lead to some inferences. So here I will just talk about how you can make it more meaningful. So for example, this is basically a box and whisker plot for different product subcategories. As you can see, these dots are showing you the different categories along with their sales information. But if you want one box and whisker plot for each category, then you can take this category field and put it under the columns, and now you have 3 beautiful charts for you, which is basically indicating the furniture, office supplies, and technology category, and the data points are much better appearing on the box and whisker plot. If you are interested, or if you don't want to basically see these different data points, then what you can do, you can go right click edit, and here click on hide underlying marks. Once you do that, it will be disappeared, because mostly those who are experienced with it generally wants to see the outliers. So if I again right click, go to edit, as you can see, accept outliers. So generally those statisticians basically wants to see whether they have any outlier or not, and looking at just the shape of it, they can very easily figure it out, the distribution of data. Apart from that, you have other options of making labels, size, colors, tooltip, so on and so forth. And the only thing is about changing or doing the little bit of formatting. So for example, if I click here on format and use a different color, very straightforward, you will get the same sort of color here in the box and whisker plot. And you can manage the transparency over here, how transparent it should be. And you have a little bit of styles, modern, glass, classic video, all of that. And that way you can make your chart more meaningful and better representable for your end users. So that's pretty much all. I will just suggest you to read about the box and whisker plot. If you are really enthusiastic about playing with the data and making inferences by just looking at the data, or identifying outliers and all, if you have that kind of a job, then you should really go and do a little bit of study on the box and whisker plot, and then come back and start creating it here in Tableau and start impressing your users. Alright, that's pretty much all in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. So within the show me palette, we will see the circle views over here on the 4th row and the middle tab, or the middle row. And what is needed is basically one dimension and one measure to create the circle views. So let's go ahead and take our favorite subcategory and sales and drag it down there, and click on circle views. So here it is not the kind of circle views which we would like. Probably what you can do is put subcategory over here, and now it is a much better circle view that is coming. If you are interested in changing the shape of these symbols, then you can go on shape over here and say, let's say solid circle, or maybe diamond kind of shape, or a triangle, whatever shape that is needed, basically best for you. And if you want to fill it by different colors, let's say you want to fill it by the different regions in which this is going on, you can fill it by region, or if you want by customer segment, you can put segment on the color, and then it will show you where the sales are high. That means under which segment the sales are high, and basically show you the information. Next thing you may want to do is changing the size of these shapes based on, let's say, profit. So you put the profit on size, and maybe you can increase the size a little bit so that it is clearly displayed which one is having. So here in this case, corporate tables is basically sales is good, but the profit is really bad. So you may want to look into the segment and see what is really going on. Same is the case over here in consumer segment, bookcases category, not giving you a good profit. But these here, consumer copiers, consumer accessories, and consumer chairs, consumer phones are giving you, some of the good profit, as well as based on the good sales. So that's how very quick and easy it is to go ahead and create the circle views and make it modified based on your parameters that is related to size or color, and make the beautiful chart for your end users. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. And within the Show Me tab, here we have the area chart discrete, where you need one date dimension and one or more measures with 0 or more dimensions. So we'll go ahead with one date and one or more measures for a discrete chart. So here we have order date, and let's take profit and sales as our two measures, and let's create side by side area chart. Alright, so as you can see, we have this discrete or the side by side area chart to basically have the area chart more visually appealing, what I would say. And in the previous video we have just seen one area chart, and we made it visually appealing by putting the segment on the color. So let's try to do it over here. So let's select the color. So here the information that we are specifying is basically applied on all of the sections, as it is mentioned over here as all. But if there is a need that one section should follow one particular type of color palette and or based on some field, then you can open this sum of profit or sum of sales and modify only the property related to that section. So that's the flexibility you have. Apart from this, if you want to show the labels, let's say now here in this case, if you want sales to be displayed on both the sections, that's how you will going to do. But generally that's what not we want. We want profit values on profit section and sales value in sales section. Then in this case I will enable profit and put profit over here on the label, and I will enable the sales and put sales on the label, and here I have it. So here we have for 2014, 15, 16, 17, and if we expand this little bit, you get a much better picture of the area chart. Now you have 8 charts, and it's basically we have expanded the year, and the next level of hierarchy is basically quarter. So that's why you are able to see quarterly area chart for both sum, sales and profit. So the idea is just to show you how you can further extend based on the needs that your management may have, and it will probably help them to look into the chart with a better perspective about how the things are moving quarterly, and they can compare both sales and profit side by side along with their values and the customer segment. Alright, so that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Here we have the line discrete chart, as you can see down there. It requires one date dimension and one or more measures. So let's go ahead and experiment this with the order date, and let's take 2 dimension profit and sales, and let's click over here. Alright, so what we have is basically discrete, in the discrete line chart, basically two measures which are shown on a separate section. So generally how I would like to consider is more like a side-by-side bar chart or a side-by-side circle views, if ever. And if I need some sort of expand or I need to expand this a little bit, say for example in each of the year I want to show it for each quarter, I can click it over here. So now the section are going up there, 2014, 15, 16 and 17, and for each of the year here are the quarters that you can display. And this is basically possible because there is a pre-built hierarchy there in the order date. So it's basically within the order date, this is a year which comes by default, but if you go down there you have the option of, when you expand it, you have the option of quarter, month, day, and so on and so forth. So in the case of quarters, you will be seeing that the pill will show you that it is a quarter information, and once you expand a little bit more, it will show you the month. So that's how very easily you can select or you can create the discrete line chart by selecting one date dimension and one measure. Apart from this, the regular operation that you can do on this chart is basically making the size little bit intuitive. Let's say for example based on the discount. So here in this case you have basically two cards. One is sum of profit for this particular section, and next cards for sum of sales. So let's say we want to do this for sum of sales. So let me put it over here, and only this information will be changed. So as you can see, wherever the section is getting thicker or the line is getting thicker, that means the more discount, and wherever it is less, that means the less discount. Let's try to apply the same thing on profit and go over size. And here also, as you can see, wherever the section is thicker, that means the more discount, and if it is thinner, then it means less discount. So that's how you can make it more intuitive. Apart from size, what you can do is you can put it on the color, and wherever the color is basically dark, that means more discount, and color is not dark but little bit light, that means the less discount. So that's how you can basically make your chart much more intuitive and meaningful for your end user, so that they have a good understanding about what you are really trying to show on these different sections. So that's pretty much all I have for you in the discrete line chart, and I will meet you in the new video with a new topic. So within the show me section here you have the dual combination, and as per the requirement of the chart you need one date dimension and two measure at the least, and you can add 0 or more dimension, but that we will see probably later in some other video. But right now let's go ahead with one date and two measure. Alright, so for that let's select the order date, let's select profit, sales, and create the chart. Alright, so here we have the chart. Here on the y1 axis you have profit, here on the y2 axis you have the sales, and as you can see bars are indicating profit and line will be indicating sales. So but if you want to change it, what you can do is simply you can go in here, and sum of profit you can change it to line, and sum of sales you can change it to bar, and that's how you can make it visually appealing based on your needs. If these bars are looking very thick to you, what you can do is you can go into the basically put it manual and make it thick based on how you want it, and very easily you can do the changes as per your needs. So apart from this, other things are again using the color palette and in both the sections and making it visually appealing by that, making using the size for basically making the line or the bar thick based on the value of other measures. So for example, if I want discount on sum of profit, you can see that line where the line is thick, it is less discount, and here it is, I'm sorry, the thin, and where the line is thick, then it is basically the more discount. So that's how you can use it, and I have been explaining in my previous video, so it's pretty much the same thing again. And yeah, that's how you can make your chart more visually appealing with the help of both line and bar chart. Generally, this type of chart we show whenever we need to show the let's say forecast, for example. So here we have the sales forecast and then the sales. So now we can compare whether our sales are going up or down based on the sales forecast or not, and that's basically helps us doing the analysis in a much quicker and better way, because you have the visuals in front of you, which is clearly telling where the sales is meeting the forecast and or exceeding or below the forecast. But again, this is also a good representation, because what it is telling you over here is your profit is basically increasing as your sales is also increasing. Alright, that's pretty much all I have for you in this dual combination chart video, and I will meet you in the new video with a new topic. So this is the dual line chart, and as you can see, you needed one date and at least two measures to create a dual line chart. So for that, let's select order date, and in the measure, let's select the sales and profit and click over here. Alright, so here we have the line for profit, and here we have the line for sales. So that is basically, profit is shown on the Y1 axis and sales is shown on the Y2 axis, and that is basically very helpful in knowing whether sales is moving in the direction where profit is moving or vice versa. And once you are done with that, what you can do is you can make it more visually appealing, like I have been showing in the previous videos. So for example, you want to see how you are giving the discount on the sum of sales, then you can put the discount on the size, and as you can see where the line is thick, that means you are giving more discount. And you can verify this on the profit as well by putting discount on the size again, and it's pretty much consistent that when the sales is moving, you are giving high discount. Same is the case with profit, that even though profit is moving up, you are giving the more discount. So that's how you can do this. Apart from this size, let's say you want to make it visually appealing by some color. So maybe here in this case, sum of discount, you want to put it on color. So wherever the color is dark, that means more discount. Wherever the color is light, that means less discount. So that's how you can make your line visually appealing, and you can put labels by putting the field name on labels, and you will get the label displayed over here. So that's pretty much all I have for dual line chart in this video, and I will meet you in the new video with a new topic. So in the last video I talked about symbol maps, and in this video I'm going to talk about the field maps, which is also very similar to the symbol maps. The only thing is it is completely filled, as the name suggests, and down there it is mentioned that it requires one geo dimension and 0 or more dimension and 0 or 1 measure. Alright, so let's go ahead and replicate our work that we did in the last video. So here is the state and here is the sales. That's pretty much all what we need to create this chart. And then click here, and here we have the sales information, and the color coding basically indicated by this range, which is saying it is starting from 920 and it is going up till 457,000. So basically darker the color is, that means more the sales. So here in this case California is having more sales, followed by New York, and I think then Texas, and then Washington, so on and so forth. And that's basically how easy it is, that you just select one geo dimension, whatever it may be, state, city or country, and then the one measure, and you have the chart displayed for you within the Tableau. The next thing we may want to do is, let's say we want sum of sales. We don't want sum of sales as a measure. Suppose that we figured out sum of sales is not what our requirement, and maybe the profit is what we want to show. So you can basically remove this and get profit over here as part of color, and then you can show the profit. If you want to show the labels, you can again put the profit on labels and it will show you the profit. But let's say on labels you want to see the sales as a labels, then remove this and put label sales on the label. So now what you are able to see is basically this is the sales, based on the sales where you have the maximum profit. So it's basically the two information that you are able to see, and your user will be able to have a much better idea that even though sales is large or small, what is the level of profit. So here in this case, Texas is basically the third largest sales territory for the company, but it is not a profitable one. So something to really look upon what management wants to do over here. So that's how very easy and very quick it is to basically go ahead and create the filled maps. You can play around with this based on the needs, the measure and dimension that you have, and it will going to display very quickly for you. So that's a easy and quick way to create filled maps, and that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video, the new topic. So here in the Show Me palette we have the Gantt chart, and if you are aware, Gantt chart is basically helpful in visualizing project management activities, as there are multiple activities in one project which are interrelated, and along with the dates about their start and completion. So having them visualized is going to make an impact, or basically helps let's say project manager to really evaluate whether the project activities have been assigned properly, are they properly interrelated, and in a manner about how they should be executed. So here in this example, I do not have the project management example, but what I have is basically an example about shipment delays or the time it takes to ship the item. So it's kind of a second kind of a chart that we are trying to create here with the help of the Gantt chart, which will probably give you an idea about, apart from project management, where else you can use it. Alright, so for that, as it requires, it needs one date, one or more dimension, and 0 or 2 measures. So let's start selecting it. So for shipping information, we need ship date. So we will put ship date over here, and we need days, and then here we need category. So let's say we want to do it by product subcategory, and then what we need is days to ship actual. So that is something we need it under, let's say, size, because size will basically indicate whether it is taking more days or less days. Alright, and then we need to bifurcate it by the shipping mode. So that's the key. So let me put it on the color, and then select the Gantt chart. When I select the Gantt chart, you will notice that subcategory and shipping mode is interchanged. So let me change it again. Sorry, the color mode. Alright, and one thing I need to correct is basically not this table, but this particular day, which indicates the dates, to properly show the visualization. So here, the visualization is present for entire data. That means starting from November 1 to November 17. And by just looking at the data, what I can see is we can see a lot of standard class and second class the bars are really big for that. So to better understand, let's try to filter it by shipping date. Let's filter it by an year. Click next, and let's select 2017 and OK. Alright, now in this case it is much better. And again, we are able to see that standard class and the second class is pretty much coming a lot, and there are very few same day. I can see it down here, same day, if I'm not correct, if I'm not wrong. Just very few places. And then first class is also appearing. In some cases it is coming up with a very big bar, so that shows basically how much time the different shipping mode categories are really taking to ship the ship the particular item in the category. So with the help of such chart which has the dimension as the time, so it's basically helps us understanding those kind of data which is distributed over time and kind of interrelated or basically has the interdependencies to really have an execution. But here this is a altogether separate example that I've given you just to visualize the data to understand the delays in shipment. So apart from this, you can also think through about the different visualization that you can achieve with the help of the Gantt chart. It's just that it needs to be distributed over time and need to have some sort of dependencies, or if not dependencies, then some sort of a connectivity which will help user connecting the data or connecting the dots properly from the visualization. So that's pretty much all I have to tell you from the Gantt chart video, and I'll meet you in the new video, the new topic. Here we want to create the highlight tables. So as you can see down there, for highlight tables you need one or more dimension and one measure. Alright, so let's select a very simple one, sales and product subcategory, and let's try to create it. And if you see, it's very intuitive by looking at this sum of sales range, that range with the darker side is having the more sales and lighter side is having less sales. And as you can see, art and fasteners and labels are having less sales, whereas chairs and phones are having more sales. Now this information is good, but we can make it better by, let's say, adding state, and we can add it over here like this, and here we have a much better information of information, and we can, for better representation, we can change it to this like this, and now I think pretty much every information is coming within a single page, and you can scroll up and down a little bit to look at the information, and information, as you can see, is highlighted based on the cross section of the data, and which is making it an impactful visualization and a table to see. And apart from this, you have the option of removing the color from sales, or you can remove the range from sales to something else. So let's say we want it to be by maybe profit. So once we do that, here we have profit, and it indicates where the profit is less by having this orange side of color like this, and blue is basically indicate a good profit like this, 43184 machines in New York. So that really helps identifying what's really going on with our visualization, and help us take the quick decision based on the information that is present over here. And apart from this, there is nothing much that I can show, but there are always some parameters, filters and other things that you can set and make the table more meaningful. Apart from this, you can change the palette from this particular color to some other color based on your need or organizational needs or color needs about how you want to show the negative profit and positive profit by simply going into the colors go to edit colors and select the palette, maybe green to gold, and click OK, and you can see the information in a different way if that's how you want to see it. So you can change the properties as you wish, but that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. And talk about histograms. So within the show me, you have down there the histogram, and what it needs is just one measure. Alright, so let's select, let's say, quantity, and click over here, and here we have our histogram. So if you're aware of histogram, it's nothing but basically based on the bin size. It is showing the frequency, the count of the quantity. So it's basically between 0 to 1.5, then or 2, and then from 2 to 3.5, then 4 to 5.5. How many number of quantity in each of the bin. So basically it is really helpful in seeing the distribution of data and statistics. So what sometimes we really want to see is whether our distribution of data is positively skewed or negatively skewed, how it is, and accordingly, we can make some inferences. So if you are not aware about histogram, I would suggest you go and have a little bit idea about what histogram is and how to really interpret it. But let's come back about how we can further modify it and make it more meaningful. Let's say we are not interested here about these bin size, then what we can do is, here is within the dimension, quantity bin has been created for us as we have created the histogram. Earlier, if you would have noticed, it was not present. So what we can do, we can click over here on this drop down and click on edit. And once we click on edit, it's basically suggesting by default that 1.77 is the default or the suggested bin size. But what we can do is we can overwrite this and make it more meaningful, like let's say 3. Well, and click OK. So what it is doing between 0 to 3, the bar is here. That means anywhere the quantity was between 0 and 3, these were the number of quantities which were purchased. Anywhere it was 4, 5 and 6, this is the quantity which was purchased, and 7, 8, 9, then this is the quantity which was ordered by the customers. So clearly we can see that wherever the quantity is between 4, 5 and 6, those are the quantities which have been purchased a lot. Alright, then you can definitely use the color, the size, the label, and all of these cards that you have to make it more meaningful. But I just want to very quickly talk about that if you are not interested in seeing, generally who is aware about histogram, they do not like to see the 0, 1, then 2. They like to see 0 to 3, then to 6, then to 9, then to 12. Because these things really doesn't make much sense, because between 0 and 3 there will be 1 and 2. So how you can do that is basically right click and go and edit axis, and go to tick marks, and here in the major tick marks, make it fixed on every 3 units. Click apply and OK. Once we do that, 0 to 3 to 6 to 9 to 12 to 15, and that's how very easily I can create my histogram and modify it as per the needs to make it more professional or normal one, like how a histogram has been created within any statistical chart or statistical program. So that's pretty much about it. I would suggest that you play around with the histogram, play with the bins, because that's the important part. The bins really decide or identifying the right bin size is the key to basically tell the distribution of data. So I would suggest you do a little bit of study and then come back to Tableau and make it a beautiful histogram to impress your users. Well, that's pretty much all in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Creating a scatter chart. So here is a scatter chart, and what it requires is basically 2 or 4 measures, and 0 or more dimensions. Alright, so to do that, let's select two measures at least. So let's select sales and profit by pressing the control key, and within the show me, let's click on the scatter chart. So here we have the scatter chart where on the rows you have the profit, and on the columns or on the x-axis you have the sales, and then you are just able to see one dot which is indicating the profit and sales kind of an intersection, that it's kind of a total sum which you are getting right now. So to get more details, well, what you need to do is getting a dimension, and let's add it kind of a product subcategory. So I just double click and it is just added to the chart, or you can drag it down to color and the information will be added as per your requirement. And now what it is showing is basically the based on sales and profit category where each of the data point is coming. So for example, here the subcategory is phones, and its profit as well as sales both are really high. As you can see, it's pretty much at the end towards the right. And here in this case, the subcategory is fasteners, and its sales is and both profit are nearly minimum or near about to 0. So that's basically a quick tool, the scatter chart, with which you can play and plot your data based on the two measures or a number of like 4 measures that you have, as it is shown over here in the scatter chart. And then what you can do is you can further modify it. Let's say you want to understand that based on the profit and sales that you and the data that you have plotted for subcategory, how the discount is coming up. So maybe you can put discount on size and basically indicate here, let's say in this case, as the size is big, that means you are giving a huge discount. Well, same is the case here and here. So if they are not appearing correctly or it's a little bit less in size, what you can do is you can increase the size, which will be relative to the overall discount which is for the different product subcategories, and now it is in a much better visual appearance that you can clearly do some sort of a comparison where you are giving more discount and where you are giving less discount. Apart from this, what you can do is labels, and something like let's say you want to show the product, you don't want to show subcategory, let's say over here you want to hide it and want to show it on the labels at what category it is, then you can put it on the label. Same is the case with the measures. If you want to show some sort of a measure, then you can put it over label and it will be displayed over here. So that's a quick one for the scatter chart in Tableau. But as you know, you can play more to get more idea about how you can really modify or make it more meaningful. For example, shape. Let's say if you want to change shape based on dimension or based on your special interest. Let's say you want dark circle, then you can get it circle and make your chart more beautiful. Like in this case, I really like filled circles than blank circles, so that's how I can make my chart more meaningful. Also, it depends on your company's or your business requirements about how they want to see the chart, so you can make it according to their needs. So that's pretty much all in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about the sets in the Tableau. So basically, sets have been created on the dimension based on some sort of a condition. Let's say for example, we want these high value items to be a part of one set. So what we can do is we can create a drag over here and just go over here, right click and create a set. So once we create a set, we can give a name. So all of these product names are coming together, and we can give name like high value products and click OK. Once we have the high value products like this, we can segregate between the products which are high value and low value. So by clicking it over the color, it shows you clearly what are our high value products over here and what are our low value products based on the set that we have created on the product name. So that's one way of creating a set. Another way is you can go on the product name field over here, click on this down arrow and click on the create set. Once you create a set, let's say we want to create a set where we are saying that profit is greater than $10,000, and we are specifying a condition like we are finding the profit field and saying sum and saying greater than or equals to 10,000 and clicking OK. So now we are having a profit is greater than 10,000. That's the set we have created, and let's remove this and put it this one on the color. So here we have all the values where the product name or all the products where say profit is more than 10,000. As you can see over here, it's a limit. So clearly it is creating a different segment altogether of for all those products where sales is more than the profit is more than 10,000. Let's create another set on the product name, and in this case what we will do is we will say sales is more than 50,000. So going to the field, saying sales sum. We have other formulas as well, so we can use whatever we want, but for this example I'm going to show you that sales is greater than or equals to 500,000 and click OK. So now we have greater than 10,000 profit, and this is, let me change the name by going into the edit set, sales greater than or equal to 50,000. Alright, so what happens if I just put it over here on the color? So here it has replaced the previous one where the profit was more than 10,000, and now wherever the sales is more than 10,000, it is basically creating a set, or it has been completely replaced the profit over here. But what if you want to join both of the sets? Well, that also you can do, so that you can make your condition more complex. And for that we can come here on this any of this fill and click on the create combined set. So first, since we have chosen this one, first of the set which is coming, profit is greater than 10,000, and then the next set is sales is greater than and equals to 50,000. I'm sorry. And then we are creating an inner join. That means only those values where sales is greater than 10,000 and profit is greater than 10,000 and sales is greater than 50,000. Similarly, we have other options like you must have read about the different types of join. So this is outer join, this is inner join, only the matching value. This is like a left join, so whatever is on the left. So here in this case profit is greater than 10,000, only those values, and matching with the and the values which are present in sales as well. So here sales value which is greater than 50,000, all of those values as well as matching values from here. So that's how you can create a combined set. Here we are just looking at the inner join and we are saying, let's give it a name, profit greater than equals to 10,000 and sales less than equals to 50,000 and click OK. And here we have, so let's replace this with this. And now we are able to see sales which is more than 50,000 and profit is greater than or equals to 10,000. So that's the different ways in which you can create a set, and since it is a bit dynamic in nature, it provides more values as compared to the last discussion we had on the group. So hope you have found this useful, and I'll meet you with a new video with a new topic. Let's see the side-by-side circle view chart. So here is the side-by-side circle chart, and it needs one or more dimension and one or more measures. So let's select the 2 dimension. Let's select segment, and by pressing the control key, let's select another dimension, which is subcategory, and select the measure, which is sales. And let's create this side-by-side circles. Alright, here we have now the side-by-side circle having the 3 sections side by side, which is consumer section, corporate section, and home office section. And within each section you have these product subcategories defined based on the sales that they are having. Right now they are having color to basically tell you that what kind of subcategory it is. And right now there is nothing is mentioned for their size or their labels. So what you can do is, first of all, if you want to change the shape from blank circle to a solid circle, you can do this by going to the shape card. And if you want to increase or decrease the size by some measure, you can put profit over size. And if it is not clearly visible to you, the impact of putting this measure on the size card, then you can increase the size little bit, which is relative to the measure based on how these product categories, subcategories is mentioned for each of these segments. And then it will be displayed very clearly to you which segment is profitable and which segment is not profitable within that product category. So apart from this, you can put the labels. So for example, sales, if I put it on the label, you will get the sales mentioned over here. And if you want to switch this view, let's say for some look and feel, you can go over here and switch it so that you can see it in a much better way. I think now it's showing you. Let me hide this for a moment and hide this as well, and you are able to see each of the section in a much better way as compared to the vertical one which was coming earlier. So that's how you can see how easy it is to create circle by circle or side by side circle view chart and modify some of the property to make it more visually appealing for your end users. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. And I'm using the Superstore sample sheet which comes with Tableau 10, and I'm using the sample Superstore data set which is given, and the idea is to create the stack bar chart. Alright, so for that let's select at least one measure and one dimension. So like always, let me select in this case category sales, and let's create it. So here in this case we just have, since we have selected the stack bar chart, it has created one stack bar chart. What we can do is we can have multiple stack, generally how it comes by, let's say, regions. So in columns I can put regions, and now we have a proper stack bar chart. If we want by state, then we can remove this and select to have it by states, and we can see in each of these states how these different categories of products are getting sold and get an idea about it. Now apart from this, what you can do is basically showing the label. So let's say here in this case sum of sales is what you have already taken. So if you want to display the same information, you can display by putting it on the labels. And if you want to do a little bit of customization into the labels, you can go into labels, and you have the information to, or the option to change the sum of sales to text to font and alignment, marks to label all, or selected, highlighted, all of that thing. And apart from this, one of the very interesting thing is you can also control the size of these bars. So what you can do is you can just take the profit as a measure and drag it on the drag it on the size. And it is not, I would say, a very perfect or a better, but somehow I find it little intuitive in which category I have the most profit. So here in this case, in case of office supplies, I have the most profitable, or as a most profitable category. And here in case of New York, technology is most profitable one. So it's kind of as I said, not the visualization you would like to use to put it on the side, but sometimes it can be really helpful to just get an idea. Oh, that's the most profitable category, or that's where we are giving the most discount. So you have these tags, you have the information about sales and everything, and when you are putting the perspective of size, it really makes sometimes a lot of sense to show it to your management, because that's kind of a new chart altogether that you have created. Because apart from stack and normal bar chart, you are actually taking size also into consideration based on the profit, and for that you don't really have to do a lot of math in your head, and it's become intuitive. Okay, that's where my problems or the good area are, and the action that I need to take. So that's how you can customize your stack bar chart and make it meaningful for your end users. And that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. So for symbol map, what you need to have is one geo dimension, and then 0 or more dimension as it is mentioned down there, and at least and anywhere between 0 to 2 measures. So at least one measure is, I would say, is required to really show the dimension, to show the values over the map. Alright, so currently within the Tableau sample workbook Superstore, the information is giving for the location, which is country, region, state. So let me take state, and let me take sales, and here I have the chart. So once I click here, as you can see, some of the default configuration that within the columns longitude is coming, and within the rows latitude is coming, which is required for creation of or to identify the location based on the states. And down there on the details, you are basically getting country and states, which is getting displayed over here, United States and their related state. And sum of sales is basically shown as the size. So bigger the size, that means bigger the sales. So in California it is the biggest one, and then here in New York second biggest, then I think third is Texas, and fourth is Washington, so on and so forth. If you think these circles are not big enough for your end user, what you can do is you can click on size and adjust them so that it is very clearly visible, and for the perspective of making a comparison. Alright, and then what you can do is, let's say you want some sort of information from the perspective of profit, then you can put profit on the color, and here it is clearly visible that Texas is not very profitable, whereas the California is the most profitable, after that New York and Washington, but there are a lot of problems I think in the Pennsylvania, Illinois, Texas. So very easily it is visible, and that you can put it over here. If you want to show labels on this on these circles, then you can put the sales again on the labels, and it will show you the labels so that users don't have to really hover over on any of the circle and get the information about sales or profit. So that's how very quick and easy way to create your map chart. The only thing is that your country, region or state information, or maybe city and postal code, any of that information is coming properly and it has that symbol like globe kind of a symbol. If it is not having it, then you can go and click over the field and basically change the data type, the graphic role, and here you can select basically what kind of role it is, and accordingly it will going to take the information that it is more of a geographical location field and not a normal string or a measure kind of a field. So that's the only thing you need to take care that your field is formatted in a proper way, otherwise your chart will not be displayed. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. So the option of creating a side-by-side bar chart is present here in the Show Me tab, and this is basically an option. So last option in the third row. So for side-by-side bar, in the end, as you can see, it needs one or more dimension and one or more measures. So it requires at least 3 fields. So let's try creating it with the help of 2 dimension. So let's say we select region and product subcategory, and we want sales. Right? Once we have selected this, we go to Show Me and click over here. And here we have the side-by-side bar chart. So currently, how you can read it, that within the central, these are the different product subcategories, and accordingly the bars, these are the bars based on their sales. Same is the case in east, west and south. If you want to swap this information to look in from the look and feel perspective, you can click over here, and now you can, I think, read it much better, because pretty much all the product subcategories are coming. And if you want to sort it, let's say in the descending manner, so you can click over here, and it shows descending in a descending way. So with that, that's how it's simple or quick and easy for creating a side-by-side bar chart. Another thing is that currently on the color card, you have subcategory as the product subcategory as the colors information as it is coming over here. You can remove that, and if you have any other details in the mind, let's say for example from a profit perspective, you want to color your bars, then you can do that. So it's not really mandatory that you should have whatever is pre-configured for you. And as you can see, it is starting from minimum to maximum, and accordingly your bar chart is basically colored. Similarly, if you have let's say want to show the labels, so you can put sales over here and you get the labels information. And yeah, pretty much, again, size I have shown in my previous videos. You can change the size by just going to dropping the value over the size card, and here based on the size you can see where you are giving the most discount. So here in this case, binders is having more discount, followed by phones here in the east region, and in central after binders it is more of a furnishing, which is getting a huge discount. So that's how you can really modify and make it more visually intuitive and useful for your end users. So that's a quick side-by-side bar chart I wanted to show you in this video, and I will meet you in the new video with the new topic. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how you can add the totals to your columns or to your rows like we do it in any of our spreadsheet software like Microsoft Excel, where down there at the end of the column you have the total for entire row. Similarly, down here you have the total for entire columns. So it's pretty straightforward within the Tableau. So what you can do is you can go into the analysis, and within analysis you have totals. So you have show row grand total or show column grand total. Apart from that, row total to the left or column totals to top. So let's first click the row grand total. So here we have the average as we have taken, so that's why average has been given to us for all of entire this row. Similarly, what we can do is take a column grand total down here. So apart from those two options which you were getting, the row total to left or column totals to top, as it is indicates, we are getting the total for row on the right side. We can take it on the left side by clicking it over here. So first it is coming here, and similarly column total at top will basically give this particular row at the top. So if that is your requirement, you can simply go ahead and do that. So let me just remove this row total to left because we are used to of seeing this. Apart from this, you have the option of applying the table calculations. So for example, currently we are using the average and we want to apply some of the table calculations over here. So for example, percentage of table. So if we click over here, this basically gives us the particular percentage related to the entire table that we have. So apart from this, you have the option of percentage of column. So it gives us percentage by each of the column. Similarly, you have the option of taking a percentage of row, pane, cell, and so on and so forth. So that's how very quickly you can basically get the entire table calculations based on your need. Apart from that, you can also click over here and go to quick table calculation, and then you have a couple of other options. Like here we have currently percentage of total, we have running total as if we want it, and apart from that you have rank, percentile, percent difference, moving average, the different ways of running the entire table calculation. If you don't want the table calculation, you have the option of clearing the table calculation. So that's the idea I wanted to give you about adding the grand totals at the row or column level and how you can perform the table calculations, either by going over here where you can deep down into the percentage, and over here from the pill you have the multiple different options of applying the table calculation. Hi there. In this video I will talk about the level of detail calculation. So there are calculations which happens within the Tableau is at different levels. So one of the level is at the very top, like sum of sales. That means it will just produce the one value which we can further drill down with the help of the measures or with the help of the dimensions. And then if we are looking at this table, the calculation is at product category and a region level. And if we want, we can further drill down, and let's say if we want in each product category and we want segment, then our calculation is at technology level first of all. So aggregation will happen at that level, and then it will further drill down to corporate level. And based on that aggregation level of detail calculation, your other calculations, let's say custom calculation or custom field that you are creating, will going to impact. So one example I want to show you, probably that will make it much more clear. So first of all, let me take the customer segment back. So the example is easy enough to go ahead with and understand the level of complexity which is attached to it. So what we want is basically for these regions and for these product categories, we want these numbers to be subtracted from the average sales. Let's say we want to know what is our sales number, whether it is above the average or below the average. So what we usually do, we do the sum of sales and we subtract it from the average of sales. Or we can just take the sales, because we want to take it at any level. We want sales subtracted to average of sales. So if we create a calculated field over here and let's say difference from average. So what we want is basically sales difference from the average of sales. If we do that, you can see the calculation contains error, cannot mix aggregate and non-aggregate, and that's basically a level of detail because that's the lowest level. For each cell or for each row the sales is present, and we are mixing up with the aggregated cell, which is at a little bit higher level. So to achieve this scenario, what we can do is we can use the curly bracket, and in the end also we can close the curly bracket, and now you will see that condition, the calculation is valid. So if you have a requirement where the lowest level of the field, let's say sales or maybe discount or maybe quantity, you want to subtract each of the sales from the average sales, that's how you can do it. And you click apply and OK. And what you can do is we can take difference from average over here to text, and that way you will see the sum of difference of sales over here, and then which will eventually tell you that office supplies is here having the less sales than average. So that's how you can create a different level of details calculation by using the curly brackets. That's the main idea I wanted to give you in this video. Many times when we are working with the table, we want to filter the data based on some business condition. So things like, let's say our business users does not want to see all of the data which is available here, but only that data where sales is more than 100,000 or 1 million, so that they are narrowing down their search to make a quick decision. So how we can do that in this case is by applying the filter from the product categories which are available as the product category I have shown, or the product subcategory I have shown over here. So what I am doing is I am dragging the field over here on the filters and going on to the condition, and here by field option what I can do is use the field sales as needed. Sum of sales is greater than or equals to 100,000, and then click apply. Once I click apply, you will see the effect over here. Click apply, and as you can see, some of the categories have been removed, and we are seeing only those categories where total for that product category is more than 100,000. Let's say we want a 1 million, so I'll add a 0 and click apply, and now it is further reduced to only those categories where sales have been more than 1 million or equal to 1 million. So that way you can do the filtering based on the condition. Similarly, if I go back again by going into the edit filter condition, I can have it on other numeric field, for example discount, number of records, or maybe profit ratio or profit. So that way you can very easily provide or you can very easily do the analysis of data based on some business conditions that you have in front of you. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how you can create a calculated field within Tableau. So calculated fields are very important because generally you don't have all the fields or all the calculations available which you can directly use in Tableau, and then based on the scenario you need to create a calculated field to satisfy that condition. So for example, we have this order date by year, and then we have shipping mode. What we want to know is basically the shipping variance, whether we shipped before the date or shipped after the date. So this particular information, as you can see, what we have is days to ship actual, days to ship schedule, but we do not have anywhere which says that what is the variance. So what we can do is we can right click on this blank space and click here, create calculated field, and let's give it a name, shipping variance, and here let's start writing days to ship actual minus days to ship schedule. So what it will give us that whether we are shipping efficiently or not. So for example, how many days you have taken actually to ship the item, and when you are subtracting the days to ship scheduled, you are getting a positive or negative number. If you are getting a positive number, that means you have taken more days. If you are getting a negative number, that means you have taken less days. So just to give you an idea that if days to ship actual was 5 days, and however the days to ship scheduled was 4 days, then you will get a positive number, and vice versa, you will get a negative number. So with that, let's click OK, as this is just a sample. So once we click OK, this will be available over here, shipping variance, and we can drag it over here. And right now it is taking a default as a sum, and which I think is not a right way, because what we need to say is basically an average but not the sum in case of shipping variance. So let's take an average, and we get some positive or negative number, and based on this, we can identify which type of shipping mode is really working in an efficient way and which one is not in an efficient way. So the idea I wanted to give you is how you can create a calculated field by just simply right clicking on blank space either here, or it's not a condition that within measure you need to click it. Otherwise you can down there go to here and click on the create calculated field, and it will show you the same window where you can or you need to enter the parameters. Also, you can go into the analysis and have the option of creating or editing a calculated field. So that's a quick idea about how you can create and edit the calculated field, and in upcoming videos we will see more and more usage of calculated fields to drive really deep down analytics from our data. So thanks for watching this video, and meet you in the new video with a new topic. Hi there. In this video I will talk about how you can add the row totals or the column totals to your pivot table. So many times when you are producing the report, you definitely want to add these totals so that you have at your convenience and get to know how each of the category total is looking like. And it is pretty simple in Tableau. So what you need to do is you need to go into the analysis, and within the analysis you have the option of totals, and you can click on the row total to get the row total, and you click on the column totals to get the column totals. So let's first get the row totals, and we have the row totals with us. After this, if I want the column totals, then I can go on the column, I can click on the column totals, and I can get the column totals as well. And this way it gives us a very same look and feel which we generally find it within the Excel pivot table, which has the down at the bottom has the grand total, and if needed we can have the, and on the right side it also has the grand total. So after this it also has a couple other options, like if you want you can get the row totals to the left. So that means the total will come the first if that is convenient to you, as well as you have the option of getting the columns to the top, so that if it is a very long table, it has, let's say, hundreds of different values. So to see this total every time, you don't have to really scroll it down to the end and see the total, but having it at the top will going to simplify your lives if you are viewing a very long report. So that's how very quickly you can add the row total and the column total to your pivot table and get these grand totals at your disposal. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how we can create stories within Tableau. And as you know, stories are one of the most impactful way of talking about any particular topic of the interest of your audience. So basically stories are based on the dashboards or the sheets that you are creating. So for example, we have sales versus profit sheet, we have what if forecast sheet, we have forecast sheet. So all of this information is actually related to sales, how we are forecasting sales, how the sales will happen if we change parameters, and that's what it is happening in what if forecast. And then finally sales versus profit, to say it in the end that how we have really performed over the years or over the quarters. So based on this information, let's go ahead and create a story. So for creating a story, you need to go to this icon As you know, there are three icons. The first one is to create a worksheet, second one to create a dashboard, and third one is to create a story. So let's go ahead and create a new story. And once you create a new story, all of this information comes like this, where you have the blank space at the center, and here you can add the caption related to the first story or a part of the story, and you can have these multiple sheets or multiple blanks canvas for creating a story. On the left you have dashboards and sheets that you can drag it over here and then create a story out of it. Alright, what we need to do is, let's say first we want to take forecast, so we'll drag the forecast over here, and it has created a first part of the story, and we can give it a caption that says forecast. Alright, once we are done, now we want to add the next part of the story, is what if forecast. So let's say you have shown them the, okay, this is how the forecast is coming, but somebody wants to go really deep down, as you may have different types of audience, and some of the people really ask that, okay, what if we change a certain parameter, and that will help us, give you a better accuracy or confirmation that whatever you are forecasting is good or not. So for that, what you do is you can create a blank story, a part of a story, and drag the another sheet, and then say same thing, what if, or you can be much more user friendly, like forecast parameters tuning. So that's like saying another way of saying what if forecast, because you want to tune the parameter of forecast like this, new business growth, churn rate, and stuff like that, and that's how your forecast will going to change, and it's more drill down forecast. After this, you can add either duplicate sheet or a blank sheet. So I'll go and add a blank sheet, and then I will finally show at sales versus profit to see how the profit has come based on sales forecast parameter, and then historically how we have performed. So overall, it gives a good idea about the sales and to the sales managers and how the things are happening. Apart from this, you can, apart from adding sheets, so that's how you can keep on continuing adding a sheet, and you can click on each of the sheet and keep on moving. Apart from clicking on the sheet, you can click over here, as it will keep on shifting to the new sheet. You can change the title from here by double clicking over here, and you can say whatever, sales performance, see, and let me remove this, apply. Okay, apart from that, you have the option of changing the layout. I don't want to do any change. I can change some of the format. So if I go into the story format, here we have the shading. We want to give any shading, we can give like this, based on if there are any standard colors that we need to follow. Apart from that, font, alignment, shading, border, all of those things which you can probably play with and figure out what is really working for you. Once you are done, you can close this, and you have your story ready to go it for your end user. So that's about it. One last thing is size of the story. You can change the size of the story, because that will going to impact based on the system or the laptop that your end users are having. So you can get an idea about from the organization that what is the width and height of the laptop screens that most of the users are viewing. Generally, people who travel, let's say here in this case sales managers or field sales staff, they have small laptops, so you may want to really look into it, so that whenever they are seeing your story, they are able to see it properly and within the dimension of their laptop width and height. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I will meet you in the new video with a new topic. Hi there. Many times when you are producing the table like this, the pivot table, you may want to sort the data in ascending or descending order. So how you can do that in Tableau, I'm going to show you in this video. So first of all, a very quick option that you have is this sort product category. So this basically option, and that will actually tell you how it will going to sort. So here it is saying in a tooltip that it will going to sort product category ascending by sales. So let's click over this, and as you can see, it's in ascending. That means the lowest value is coming first and then the most highest value. But if you see some sort of a discrepancy, and which will raise an alarm in your mind why it is happening. So things like over here in the northwest, 221 is coming before 218, but you would expect that it should come 218 should come over here, and that's mainly because the sorting happens on the totals. So whatever is the total is, based on that sorting will happen. So here you can see that you have 2.3 million, 3.1 million and 3.6 million. So based on that, the sorting happened, and as you can see, the icon has been applied to this. So that's what you need to keep in mind when you are sorting, because not having this idea will sometimes run into issues about Tableau is not producing the right sorting for you. And once the sorting is applied, you can see the sort icon is coming over here near to the product category. And if you need more options, you can go onto this pill and click on the sort. Once you click on the sort, you get more options like having the sort in ascending. So you can click over here, click apply, and it will be in ascending order. And then you will have the sort by data source order. That means the way in which the data source is coming to you, you want to have that order, then you can have it. If you want to have it alphabetically, then also you can have it. And finally you have like based on some field, and that's what we were doing. Based on the sales field, we were doing the aggregation, and for aggregation you have different options. So we were doing by sum, and that's what the output we got. So you can change the field also from sales to anything else like order quantity and apply it, and based on that it will show you the output in the sorted output. After that, if you have the requirement that you want to apply your manual option, let's say you want furniture to be the first, click up and apply, and you will see the furniture will come as the first category for you. So that's how you can apply the different types of sorting options to your table and get the desired output. Hi there. In this video, I will walk you through how you can apply the selection filter within the table or the chart that you are producing. So here we have the product subcategory chart and by region. And let's say if we want to have filtered this table filtered by some of the only few of the categories, then what we can do is we can have the product subcategory over here on the filters pane, and then we have the option that we can choose what are all the values we really need. So let's say we don't need binders and accessories, we don't need bookcase, let's say we don't need computer peripherals, and once we click apply, you will see that the categories have been removed. Right? And let's say you want an opposite, that you just want binders, bookcases and computer peripherals to be appear here, but not the rest of the categories. What you can do is you can click on exclude and click apply. So in that way, only these three categories which are not checked. So for rest of the categories, you are seeing that a strike through has come on each of the category. That means those categories will not be appearing. So that exclude option is sometimes really helpful when you are having a very long list and you just want to have small values. So instead of unchecking the value one by one, what you can do is use the exclude and start your filtering the data based on that. So once you are done, so let me come back to original state and click all. If you want to come back to original state, that's how you can do. Click apply, or you have the option of clicking on the reset also. And click. So that's how you can apply the selection filter on the Tableau chart or on the Tableau table and get the desired output. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how you can create custom calculations within Tableau. So idea is that as in my previous video I have talked about how you can create a custom calculated field like shipping variance. So if I click over here and click on edit, you will see that there is a formula of days to ship actual minus days to ship scheduled. So the benefit of this is that you can use it in pretty much any sheet and drive the output. But suppose you do not want to preserve the information in a field, but based on your custom requirement you just create the calculation on the fly for that particular visualization, which is probably not useful for other sheets. Then what you can do is take advantage of custom calculations that is available here in the marks shelf. So let's first try. What we can do is we can remove this. Let's delete this, and let's try to create the same calculation here. So we'll double click over here, or simply double click and say days to ship actual minus days to ship scheduled, and we are done. By default it is taking sum, so what we can do is just click over there and change it to average as per our need and drag it over text. So once we drag it over text, the information is coming as it was coming earlier with the help of the custom field. So in this way, this particular calculation is only available to this particular sheet, and if I go to any other sheet, the information is not available. So that's very quickly I wanted to give you an idea that how you can create a custom calculation like this, but which you don't want to preserve and don't want to use in other sheets, and save the space over here in measures for only those calculations, calculated fields where you need that calculated field in multiple sheets. So that's pretty much all for this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Hi there, in this video I will talk about how you can create the running totals or the percentage difference kind of a calculations within a table. So this is in the last video we talked about the grand totals. So let me just remove the grand totals first of all, or at least keep it to the right location for this video. So we have got the grand total down there from the top and the row total from left to right. That's just very quickly we have done. So if you don't know about these things, I recommend you watching the previous video where we talked about how you can add the totals to your table. Alright, the idea for this topic is that we are looking towards the table calculations, the quick table calculations, and that feature is actually present over here. If I go into the quick table calculation and if I need running total, I can click the running total, and as you can see here in this case we are getting the running total by these rows, right? And then after this you have the option of getting the difference. If difference is what you are really looking for, the running difference, as well as you have percentage difference, percent total. So percent of total is one of the very interesting one. So it's basically for each row we are looking at the contribution for each of the cell or each of the region, and for each row it is 100%. So that's how very quickly you can get your table calculations at your disposal and compute it very quickly. Once you are done with the table calculations, you can click on the clear table calculation and come back to original state. So that's how very quickly you can create the table calculation, and I recommend you do more or you play more with this table calculation and see how it will going to provide a value to you. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I want to give you a quick idea about the mathematical comparison and the logical operators used in Tableau. So as you must be aware from the other spreadsheet program, or if you have used any other BI system, there are very straightforward mathematical operators like addition, plus sign. So in Tableau the addition is used to add numbers, concatenate strings as well as dates. So you can add a date, one date to another by just using the plus sign. It has negative, which is a subtraction to subtract one number from another, as well as date. So it does not apply on strings but on dates. The division operator to divide one number by another, percentage to find the remainder after dividing one number from another. So for example, 3 divided by 2, in this case remainder will be 1, so output will be 1 once you apply this percentage. Exponent, this cap sign is basically an exponent. To, for example, 2 cap 3 is basically 8, so 2 into 2 into 2, so 2 to the 4 to the 8 is basically that's how you should get the or use this operator. So these are frequently used mathematical operators that we have in Tableau. Then we have comparison operators, so that is to compare one value with another. So you have equals to sign to check the equality. So whether sum of sales, you are checking one of the region, one of this the sales is equals to another region or not. Same is the case with this greater than equal to, less than equals to, greater than, less than, and not equal to. So this gets frequently used whenever things become really complex and you try to check it with the help of these various comparison operator. And finally, as you have not equals to NE, that's what it stands for. Finally, you have logical operator to compare multiple conditions. Specifically in we talk about the if statement. So if one condition and second condition, if both are true, then you use or you need to test whether both the conditions are true, then you will apply the test between those two conditions. If there are two or multiple conditions, you can apply OR to check any one of the condition is true or not. If any of the one condition is true, it will return true, otherwise false. And in case of AND, all the conditions must be true, then only it will return true. And finally, you have NOT. NOT is basically used as a combination with the other operators and as one of the logical operator when you want to check whether one value is not equals to another. So then you can use the or it has the NOT as a logical operator. So like NOT is null, and so is null is one of the function, and you can apply NOT, which will say that whether a particular value is not null. So that's how you can basically get an idea from this particular Word document that what are the operators, 3 different types of operators that you have. And as we will move on, we will see these operators more and more in the functioning when we will use the formulas and all. So that's pretty much about it, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how you can revert to all the changes that you have made in your workbook. So generally we do this or click on this undo or redo button to move back and forth based on the changes that we have made. But suppose that you want to shift back to the last saved changes based on the work that you have done, and suppose that you did not like the new work, then you have the option within the Tableau to revert back to the last saved state. So for example, we have this sheet where we are having years on the column, and within the rows we have ship mode and measure names. Let's try to make some changes and click on this quarter, and let's say we want to add maybe countries over here, and apart from that, let's say we want to add category. So these are all the things we have made, but after doing all of this work, we figured out that probably it's not the one we really look forward to. So we want to go back to the original state. Now to revert back to all of these things or to the saved state, we can go back to the file and go to here, revert to save, or you can press F12. Once I click it over here, it is giving you a warning that reverting the workbook will discard all unsaved changes. Do you want to continue? We'll say yes, revert. So once we click on revert, it will come back to our original mode. So as you seen how easy it is within the Tableau that you can just go in and click on this revert to saved, so to come back to your original situation. The only thing is that this revert to saved feature, as I have experienced, it does not work with the TWX file extension or Tableau workbook packaged file, but with the .twd file. So if you are using the TWBX extension file, you will see that this is most of the time is disabled. However, in case of .twb file extension, it will be enabled based on the changes that you are making in case you want to revert back to to the original state. So that's an additional information I want to give, so that whenever you are trying on your desktop and not able to see the option enabled, you are aware that why it is not available. But if you find it otherwise, please do comment it, because I have seen that when I was using .twx file, it was not enabled. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how you can hide or display the information like these row and column shelves and these pages, filter cards that you have. So sometimes whenever they are not displayed, it becomes really difficult and you have to search here and there. So I just thought of creating a video out of it. As well as there are some hidden cards which by default are not shown. So we will see what are those. So first of all, let's talk about these shelves and these cards, about where they are, and if they are not appearing in your software or in your session of software, then how you can display it. So for that, what you can do is you need to go in worksheet, and within that you have the option of show cards. So within cards, the first option is reset cards. So by default all of these cards are displayed. So if something is not displayed, let's say the column shelf over here, what you can do is you can go in show cards and click on column shelf. Because it was displayed, now it has been hidden, so you can show or hide. Now if I want to show it, I can go in show cards again and go to column shelves. Now if you see, it has come down. If you want to drag it up and down, you can do it like this. Apart from that, you have the option here also to hide it. So if you are saying that you don't really need hide card, you don't really need columns card, then and want to have this space entirely for your graphs and charts, then you can do it. So if I just go ahead and hide this entire piece and see what it is looking like. Alright, so this is how your entire space is looking like. Let's say you have done all the visualization, added information to the cards, then that's how you can just go ahead and hide it. But if you are again in new sheet, then you can go in worksheet and click on show cards and say reset cards, and you will get all of that cards back. After this, once you have seen how you can get it information back and forth for cards, what you can do is there are other options like show title. As you can see, sheet 24 is shown. Also you have the option of showing the caption. So down there you have the caption and some information about the sheet, profit and sales broken down by order date. Apart from that, you have the show summary. So show summary is another card or another information that by default is not shown. So what it shows is basically based on the measure value and the dimension. It shows what is the count, what is the sum, average, minimum, maximum, and median, some statistical information. So if you need it, you can go into the worksheet and click over here, show summary. If you don't need it, again click it back. Similarly, in case of caption, you can edit the caption, hide the caption, or hide the card. So you can click over here. Same is the case with this title, as it is currently shown. But if I want to hide it, if I want to, let's say, edit it, I just double clicked on sheet 24 and I can change it to whatever I need, profit versus sales, and click OK, and that's how I can do it. So that's all I wanted to discuss about how these different cards and shelves can be hidden or displayed, as well as additional cards that you have that you can display like caption, title, or summary. So as per the topic of this video, we want to look at the background data of the visualization and basically try to see what are all the data points that is making up. And sometimes been asked, whenever you are supplying the information in the form of visualization, what is the background data that you are really using, right? So there are two ways through which you can really look at the data. So the first way is to go into data, go to sample superstore and view data. So this data is basically the entire data set. So you can look at what are all the rows which is there in this entire data set, through which rows have been aggregated to form this visualization. So, but if you are looking for a very specific information but not this entire data but just the aggregated rows, and what you can do is you can right click and go to view data. So in view data you have the show this aggregated data in summary tab, and you also have a full tab, full data. So in this full data you can get the information about the entire data set as we saw over here, and in summary tab it will show you the information for just related to the visualization, that is an aggregated data. So if that is the data you are looking for, that's how you can do it, find it and make it as part of the visualization. Apart from this, if you want to export, the option is here to export it. If you want to copy, you can select it. I am just dragging, clicked on the cell and dragging it down, or you can select through this or through row. If you want to select individual row, or if you want to select multiple row, you can press shift and select any row, or if you want to select multiple rows, then you can press control and do this selection. So that's pretty much same like how you do it in any spreadsheet software, and then copy and paste that information. Same operation you can apply it over here and basically make it part of your explanatory data set. So that's the idea I wanted to give you about how you can look at the background of data and copy it or export it to the format you need. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how you can create the PDF file from your sheet or from multiple worksheet or entire workbook, or just some selected sheets. So basically it's quite easy in Tableau to create a PDF file, and so that you can basically send it to your users in an email and they can view it. If let's say they don't have Tableau or even Tableau Reader, they can at least see your visualization or your work that you have done and use it for their further analysis. So the idea is that let's try to print this sheet, which is sheet 24. Go to file and go to print to PDF. That's how easy it is. Once you click it, it gives you an option. So entire workbook will going to print all of these tabs and print the PDF and print all of these tabs into PDF. And another option is active sheet, which is currently active. So here in this case, sheet 24. Apart from that, if you have multiple sheets selected, then this option will be enabled, saying that you just want to select a couple of sheets but not the entire workbook or active sheet. After this, you have the option of paper size. There are a couple of different paper size that is present, so according to your needs you can select one, and then you can choose what kind of layout you want, whether the portrait or landscape. Then the options you have is view the PDF file after printing. So by default I keep it checked. After this, you have the show selection that you can enable in case, let's say, one of the value is highlighted and you want your end user to really look at it. You can keep this option enabled, so you'll see it in action in a couple of minutes. So let's go ahead and create it with the by default options that are selected, and click OK and save it. And that's how your PDF viewer will show you the PDF file that you have just written. Now let's look at how the selected value will show. So for example, I want this particular value to be shown when somebody is opening up the PDF or somebody is viewing this particular sheet into a PDF. What I can do is I can go into File, go to Print to PDF, click OK, and let's replace the file. Yes. And as you can see, only this particular value is highlighted. However, other values are shown, but user's focus will be on this one because that's what we want the user to see. So that's how very easily you can go ahead and print the PDF by using these different options. So based on the options that is best suitable as per your needs, go ahead and do that and share your reports with your users. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will talk about how you can do the sheet operations within Tableau. So when I say sheet operations, what I basically mean is adding a new sheet, duplicating a sheet, so that you don't have to do the same effort. Like this, we have added rows and columns, colors and stuff like that. You don't have to do it again, and you are able to basically preserve whatever work you have done and do some incremental work on that. So apart from that, you can create blank sheet and all. So it's pretty easy within Tableau because you can go to this option over here down, and the new worksheet option comes where you can click and a new blank worksheet will come to you, and then you can start drawing or start creating the charts and graphics based on this Show Me tab. Apart from this, what you can do, as I mentioned, that you can preserve or you can get all of your work and do incremental work on the existing sheet. So for example, you can right click on this sheet and you can click on duplicate. So once you duplicate it, then you can get the same sheet and you can add or remove new columns, format it, or make it much more interactive, which can be an incremental to the previous sheet like this. After this, if you want to rename this, you can double click on the sheet and give a new name, Sales versus Profit New, like this. Apart from that, if you have the requirement that you need to arrange the sheets, then you can do it by dragging. So click on any sheet and drag it down to any location. So here I am dragging it down near to 44 recast or left to 44 recast, and I'm releasing my cursor, so a mouse button, then Sales versus Profit is coming here. So you can just drag it and put it anywhere you want, and you can take the sheet back and forth as per your needs. After this, what you can do is you can, if you have a requirement that you want to duplicate the sheet but you don't want the graphic but maybe want the cross-tabular information, then a direct option is given. Right click on the sheet and say duplicate as cross-tab. So once you click on duplicate as cross-tab, the information will come in a cross-tabular format like a pivot table of Excel, and you can get the same the view without doing much of an effort. After this, as you can see, there are other options like exporting, renaming. We have already seen. You can delete the sheet, and here also you can create a new sheet. Apart from this, you have the option of giving a sheet color. So for example, let's give it a blue. So what it basically, why you would really like to do that is because you want to differentiate between the sheets which are indicating different purpose. So for example, within a sales organization like this, where we are creating sales versus profit and all, we have different sub teams. So for example, you may have sales by channel. So all of the things that you are doing, or different sheets that you are creating sales by different channel, you can have a different color, like blue in this case, or a dark blue. Let's say if you have a sales which is kind of or maybe like renewal, or maybe like repeat orders, you want to do an analytics on that and give a different color. And third thing is you have created different types of charts. Let's say, for example, here in this case, some advanced analytics stuff, and you want to give a different color with, let's say, green. Then you want to differentiate it so that whenever your user is viewing or you yourself is viewing, then by just looking at the sheet color, the tab color, you can basically see what kind of information that sheet contains. So that's the use of color in your sheets. After this, what you can do is within the worksheet, you have the option of describing the sheet. So I wanted to just show you because this I sometimes find really helpful. So if I click on describe sheet or press Ctrl E, so let's click over here, it gives us a very good formatted summary about what are all the things that we have done. For example, profit and sales broken down by order date year. Marks is, the mark type is text automatic. Shelves, so rows, columns, filters, and text. Based on that, what is present in rows, what is present in columns. And then down there you have the information of dimension, you have the information of measure. So for documentation purpose, it's really helpful that for each of the sheet you don't really have to go in and look at the information, but this is directly given to you and you can just go ahead and click on the describe sheet or Ctrl E, press Ctrl E and get the information to you. So that's pretty much all I wanted to discuss in this video, and I will meet you in the new video, new topic. Hi there, in this video I will show you how you can achieve the top n or bottom n rows. So n is basically here a number, top 10 rows, top 15 rows, or bottom 10 rows or bottom 15 rows based on the field value like sales in this case. So this is a general requirement whenever we are producing the report, because it helps us taking a quick action that what are our top sales, what are our top customers, or here in this case, what are our top products in which sales have happened, and similarly what are those products where we had the least sales. So to do that, what we can do is we can get the product name onto the filters pane over here. Let me do it again. And go to this last option, which is top and by field. So we want top, and we have the option top or bottom. So we want top, let's say 10, sales sum. So we want only those products where sales have happened the most, and click apply. So here now we have the top 10 products. Similarly, if we want bottom, that means from the last, then I click apply, and that's how we have the product where the least sales have happened. So that's pretty easy. The advanced way of another thing is by going into the top 10, and then you need to specify your own manual formula like sum of sales or any other complex formula that you have in mind. But generally our concerns, or most of the time our concerns, are satisfied with the help of this particular predefined options. And because it gives us a lot of field values, a lot of aggregation measures, and we are getting the information filtered based on that. So that's how very quickly you can do the analysis or achieve the analysis of top 10 products or bottom 10 products in the Tableau. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will give you a quick idea about the difference between a Tableau packaged workbook and Tableau workbook file. So if you see the file, if you go into the file and see the recently open workbooks, you will find a difference that some workbooks are having extension of .twb and some workbooks are having an extension of twbx. So what they really are, so for example, even if you do a save as and try and see, you get an option whether you want to save it as TWB, Tableau workbook, or Tableau packaged workbook. So basically the idea is that if you are a developer and having a full edition of Tableau or a developer edition of Tableau installed in your system for doing the development related work, then you can save the work file as .twb, and if you want other users to contribute, the developers to contribute, you can share the .twb file, which they can open the workbook file in their license and do the development. Whereas the Tableau packaged workbook, the workbook with the extension .twbx is specifically for those users who do not have the full edition or the developer edition of the Tableau, but still wants to view your files. So what Tableau basically does is creates a packaged workbook which you can share with these users who do not have a full version, and they can view your workbook in the Tableau Reader. So Tableau Reader is basically free and can be installed from the or downloaded from the Tableau website and installed in the system, and without any hesitation they can view your work, the work that you have created. So specifically those users who are kind of a consumer of your report but do not engaged into any development work, you can share the .twx file, and with the help of the Tableau Reader they can read it. So that's a quick information I wanted to give in this video, the difference between a .twb file and .twbx file, and when you should really create the packaged workbook. Apart from this, in the Tableau packaged workbook also you can continue the development, but ideally it is good that you are aware of the segregation and doing the development work in .twb file, and specifically creating packaged workbook when you need to share your work for those users who are having Reader but not the full version of Tableau. So that's pretty much all for this video, and I'll meet you in the new video with the new topic. Hi there, this is Abhishek, and in this video I will show you how you can create the groups in Tableau, as well as I will show you why we need to create the groups in Tableau, as it is important to understand why part first, and then we will see how part. Alright, so for that, first of all, let's create a simple metric. I'm just taking the product category on the rows, these different product categories, and the sub product category to be precise, and then the product category over here. So we now have some groupings already as per the data, and then let's take sales and put it over here. Alright, so what do we have is basically sales by these different products, and let's say we want first of all sort. So if we are sorting, the numbers have been sorted. I just use this quick icon from this toolbar, and now my data is basically sorted by numbers. So why we need groups? So we need groups to further refine our data that we have already imported in Tableau. So think about this. Let's say we have a business condition where we are looking at those categories which are our low sales categories and high sales category. Now these sales or these categories of sales are not available into our data, and Tableau basically gives us an advantage that you can create the groups or you can create those categories even after you have the data inside the Tableau, so that you don't have to go back to your Excel or to your database or anywhere your data source is and create that category. So think about this. We have these office supplies group, product group, and for these are the different product category. Now our low product categories are those where we have the sales from less than 100,000. So all these rubber bands, labels, scissors, envelopes, and pen and art supplies, all of these categories are having the groups or the sales which is less than 100,000. Now let's say we want to create a group based on this rule and on these dimension. So what we can do in that case is we can click on the rubber bands, hold shift and click until the pen and art supplies, and then as you can see we are getting this paper clip icon. It's nothing but the option to create a group. So once we click over here, all of these items have been aggregated over here, and their sum also have been aggregated to 266,205. So and here we have a new product category as well. So what we can do, we can click on this pill and click on the edit group. Here we have the grouping option, and we can see the number of items which are in there. So if you want to create based on some dimensions a particular kind of group, then that's how you can create it. Also, you can change the name. You can click on the group name and rename it to low value office supplies. Okay, and then let me select paper. I'm pressing the control key from my keyboard and then clicking on appliances, storage, binders, and something related to other binders, and again clicking on this paper clip, and again it has been grouped. And I can go in, click on the edit and say this as high value office supplies. So if you have any of such requirement where you want to further group your dimensions based on some sort of business requirement, then that's how you can create it. Now the good part is this, that we now have the product subcategory group, as it is clearly indicating that we have some grouped item, and we want to see now, let's say later in the day or maybe in a week, somebody wants to see what are in there into low value office supplies and high value, then you can again take this product subcategory over here, and now you can clearly see apart from office supply you have low value and high value, and within the low value these are all the items that is there. So basically that's how you can create it, and I just gave you very simple example. Obviously the question comes into the mind that what happens when when the category change. Let's say if some category over in coming months, it is giving us a sales of more than 100,000, then you have to manually go in and change the grouping. Well, that's true, unfortunately, but fortunately we have something called as sets, which I will show you in the next video about how you can create a rule-based sets or rule-based groups over there. But if you have any such requirement where you want to further group similar dimension values, then you can go ahead and use the group as a simple case that you can understand. Alright, so that's pretty much all I have for you in this video about a simple example of why and how we need to create a group. And I will meet you in the new video where we will talk about sets. Many times you would like to apply the filters on a table which is based on some sort of a pattern. And in this video I will show you how you can use that pattern based filtering in the Tableau. So here we have the product category table cross-sectioned by the region, and we are having the sales values. And let's say based on a product category, so I'm picking the product category and dragging onto the filters pane, and based here on the wildcard tab we want something let's call as office. So any value which is having office within that should be filtered. Click apply. So here we have only two options, office furnishing and office machine. So if we want like this, we can do the pattern based filtering. You have other options as well, starts with, ends with, exactly matches to basically do the filtering. So let's come back to first of all reset, click apply, or I would just clear this and apply. All the categories are available to us. So let's say we want to start with, let's say something which is starting with A, and click apply. So only appliance is the category which is starting with A. Let's say what we have starting with B, click apply. So bookcases and binders accessories is basically coming here. So let's clear this, apply. Similarly you have ends with to match the pattern. For example, supplies or furnishings, if those are the things which you want to filter which is ending in a word, then that's how you can match. And finally you have exactly match, which is like exact phrase. That means something like labels. So it should have only labels if that is the only thing we want to filter. Similarly we have called office. Nothing is matching to office, so nothing has been displayed. So let me make a clear, apply, and okay. So that's how you can make the pattern based filtering or do the pattern based filtering on the click view table or a click view chart. Many times you would like to apply the filters on a table which is based on some sort of a pattern. And in this video I will show you how you can use that pattern based filtering in the Tableau. So here we have the product category table cross-sectioned by the region, and we are having the sales values. And let's say based on a product category, so I'm picking the product category and dragging onto the filters pane, and based here on the wildcard tab we want something that's called as office. So any value which is having office within that should be filtered. Click apply. So here we have only two options, office furnishing and office machine. So if you want like this, we can do the pattern based filtering. You have other options as well, starts with, ends with, exactly matches to basically do the filtering. So let's come back to first of all reset, click apply, or I would just clear this and apply. All the categories are available to us. So let's say we want to start with, let's say something which is starting with A, and click apply. So only appliance is the category which is starting with A. Let's say what we have starting with B, click apply. So bookcases and binders accessories is basically coming here. So let's clear this, apply. Similarly you have ends with to match the pattern. For example, supplies or furnishings, if those are the things which you want to filter which is ending in a word, then that's how you can match. And finally you have exactly match, which is like exact phrase. That means something like labels. So it should have only labels if that is the only thing we want to filter. Similarly we have called office. Nothing is matching to office, so nothing has been displayed. So let me make it clear. Apply, and okay. So that's how you can make the pattern based filtering or do the pattern based filtering on the click view table or a click view chart. Many times you would like to apply the filters on a table which is based on some sort of a pattern. And in this video I will show you how you can use that pattern based filtering in the Tableau. So here we have the product category table cross-sectioned by the region, and we are having the sales values. And let's say based on a product category, so I'm picking the product category and dragging onto the filters pane, and based here on the wildcard tab we want something that's called as office. So any value which is having office within that should be filtered. Click apply. So here we have only two options, office furnishing and office machine. So if you want like this, we can do the pattern based filtering. You have other options as well, starts with, ends with, exactly matches to basically do the filtering. So let's come back to first of all reset, click apply, or I would just clear this and apply. All the categories are available to us. So let's say we want to start with, let's say something which is starting with A, and click apply. So only appliance is the category which is starting with A. Let's say what we have starting with B, click apply. So bookcases and binders accessories is basically coming here. So let's clear this, apply. Similarly you have ends with to match the pattern. For example, supplies or furnishings, if those are the things which you want to filter which is ending in a word, then that's how you can match. And finally you have exactly match, which is like exact phrase. That means something like labels. So it should have only labels if that is the only thing we want to filter. Similarly we have called office. Nothing is matching to office, so nothing has been displayed. So let me make it clear. Apply, and okay. So that's how you can make the pattern based filtering or do the pattern based filtering on the click view table or a click view chart.
Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today I will show you how to create a divergent chart like this. within the Tableau. So this chart is useful, as you can see, to view the positive and the negative side of your data. So for example, here I am using the same sample sales store data, and we want to create a divergent chart to look at the profit in which customer segment or in which state, we have positive profit and negative profit, and then make some sort of a decision out of it. All right, so how we can do that is, so first of all, what we need is the measure which has both positive and negative value. For example, the profit, where the profit is positive and negative. So what I'll do is I will take the profit and put it here on the columns. All right, and then I will take two dimensions. Let's say first is segment, and second is, let's say, probably state. All right, as soon as I put it, as you can see, I have the divergent bar chart. Now it is not similar to what I am showing it over here. Well, two reasons. First thing is, right now I am showing all the three segments. So what I'll do is I will just put a filter on segment, and let's say I'll just show one segment, which is consumer. And now if I just filter it like this, I have my divergent chart. Now I can go ahead and pick another customer segment, let's say corporate. I want to see, and here is my corporate segment. Similarly, if I want, and there's a good space and not so many values, I can check all of these three, and now all of these three is enabled for me. Also, if I want, I can remove this entire view to standard, and this is kind of a standard view. I can scroll it down and see it in action about where the sales are problematic. For example, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, right, for a segment. So for a home office, the sales are comparatively very low, and these states are really problematic. So that's about how you can create it, the divergent chart. But instead of state, let's say you want even the customer name. You can see the customer name who are giving you tough time or who are really profitable for you. If you want, you can also look at the product category, for example. Let me drag it again. And so this is not coming properly, but probably product name is the right one, where it has a lot of dimensions. Yeah, the values. So these since this has a lot of values, you are able to see both the sides. Otherwise, what it has happened in case of, let's say, category, values are pretty less. These values within the dimension are less, and they are overlapping to each other. So that's why they are getting aggregated and you are not able to see the chart. But as soon as you are taking something like a product name, you are able to see both the sides of the chart. So that's about how you can create it, but this is a very, very basic way about how you can create it. There is a lot of advancement, like say for example, you want to compare both the segment, let's say consumer and corporate segment, on the same axis for the same product. How would you do that? So that's kind of a little tricky, where you need to work on you work around a bit with the calculated dimensions and a lot of settings where for the marks and all. Probably I'll show you once I will have some ready example for you. But that's another way about how you can create a divergent chart, where on the same axis you are seeing both the values. Say for example 3.6 cubic foot counter, how its value or the profit is in both the segment consumer and corporate. I hope you get an idea what I'm talking about. So I will show you that maybe in some future video, but till then stay tuned. I will post new video as soon as possible. Hi there. In this video I will show you how you can get both selected and unselected values from the Tableau filter. So just to show you a scenario very quickly, So what I have here is the sample superstore data, which comes by default with Tableau. Whenever you will open the Tableau, you will get it on the left hand side, this sample superstore data. So what I have over here is the subcategory which I have taken from here and put it over there, and I have just clicked on the show filter and the filters are here. Then what I've done is just dragged the sales from here to this text option or text area to get the text. Now whenever I remove anything, let's say accessories, you will see that there is a change in this. Similarly, if I remove bookcase, there is a change. So by default, whenever you do this selections or unselection based on your requirement, you always get the values that is related to the selection. But many times situation happens that you also want the value for non-selection values or the filter values. So how to get that? Well, bit tricky, but not very complex. So what I'll do is I will show you both the things. So this sum of sales is anyways your sum of selection or the values that is related to the selection. So what I'll do is I will create one calculated field, and in this I will say simply non-selection. You can give the value whatever you want based on your business scenario or situation. So using the level of detail expressions and to be very straightforward, fixed expression or fixed keyword, we can achieve this. So what I'm going to do is I will put sum. Within that, I will start this curly brackets and say fixed colon sum, again sum of sales. So what it is doing is basically removing the impact of any of the filter that we are kind of doing. So for now, what I'll do is what I was planning to do is I was just crossing this and selecting all, and then again going back into the create calculated field and say non-selection, and again, so just wanted to make sure that all the values are selected and you are able to see the impact when there is a non-selection. So again, curly bracket fixed colon sum of sales. So this is basically a sum of sales for all the values. Even if you remove the selection, it will give you all the sum of all the values, sum for all the values, because we have used the fixed keyword. Now if I want the non-selected value, well, then simply subtract the selected value, which is nothing but sum of sales. So what it is doing is from total sum of sales, remove the selected sum of sales. So by default, as you know, sum of sales is the value that is based on your selection. So if I press apply for now, it will come as 0. So if I click apply, okay, and here is a non-selection. If I put it on text, it will come 0 because all the values are selected. But if I, let's say, remove accessories, you will see the impact over here. If I remove accessories, now you see that accessories from total value have been reduced, but what is the accessory value? You know, a different side of the story. Well, 1673880 is your accessory value. Similarly, if I remove art, then you get the update. If I remove the labels, you get the update. And in this way, you can simply go ahead and use it in your chart, metrics, or aggregation based on the calculated field that we have created. And this way, you will get the story on both the side where we want to make a selection, as well as what is non-selection value. So I hope you have found it useful, and I'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Hey guys, in this video, I will show you how you can create a dual axis chart like this. So what do I have over here is the bars as profit and then sales as your line chart, or you can have vice versa as well, where you have sales as a bar and profit as a line chart. So let's see how we can do that. I'm just creating another sheet, and if you see, I am using a sample superstore data, which is coming as a default or a sample data set. So what I have here is the order date. I'll take it in columns. By default it is coming as year, but if I want, I can change it to month to match it the visualization which I was having. So not this one, but over here, month. Alright, so once we are here, first thing is dragging the sales over here. So now what we have is a line chart, and if you want, we can change the line chart to any of the charts. Say for example the bar chart. After that we will just drag the profit over here. If you see, if we drag, the default position is that you have two different charts. One is sales, one is profit, which is okay as per the default nature. But if we want to take this chart on the same axis where the sales is, we need to come over here and click on the dual axis. So if you click on dual axis, if you see, it has created a chart, and here you have the profit and then the sales. But if I want, I can change the second chart type to a different chart type. So if I just right clicked over there, change the mark type. Right now it is bar, but if I want, I can change it to line. So this way, if you see, my profit is into a line chart, but bar is representing the sales. So this type of change where you are changing the chart type can happen from here as well. If you see, this is a sum of profit section, and if I want, I can take bar over here and change it to line. So you have multiple ways about how you can do that. I believe it can happen from here as well. Sum of profit, mark type, and you can change it. So three different ways by which you can change the chart type. So that's something that you can do with this. Next thing is, if you want to synchronize, because right now the visualization is that on this axis the information is about profit, which is this line chart, and from this axis this is bar. And generally what happens is our eyes are trained to look at on the left side when we are looking at numbers, and on this middle area to the right we are used to viewing the chart. So what I'll do is I will just right click on this. First I will click on synchronize axis. As I synchronized, this value has gone down, which is in line with this left axis, which is sales, and I will remove this show header. So this way I have some very good idea about what is my total sales and what is my actual profit on that sale, right? So this way you can create any chart with a dual axis, and I will meet you now in the new video with a new topic. Hi there, in this video I will show you how you can create an area chart like this, where you have the strong black line at the top. So generally it is being created to represent the total, or where it is ending from the formatting perspective, because sometimes it looks really nice when you are putting it over the area chart. So I'll just show you how you can do it, and probably it will give you more ideas to experiment with it. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll just go into this sheet and just follow the process what I followed there. So I'm here taking the order month and converting into a month, and then taking sales bill over here, converting the chart to an area chart, and I want, let's say, this chart by category, which is this. So now I have an area chart for these different categories. Now to create a duplicate, two options: either I can drag it from here like what I did earlier, or I can press Ctrl and drag it, select and drag it from here. So now I have two area chart, and I'll just change the view to fit with. Alright, and after this I'll just select this second chart, which is this one. This one is representing the first one. So instead of area, I will just say line chart, and I will remove the category. So I have only this chart, and to put it on top of this, what I'll do is I'll go here on this bill, click on the dual axis. Now I have the dual axis, and I'll make the color black. Alright, now I have the black color, and I want effects, any sort of effects like this or this, anything based on the properties which are available to me, I can make the change in terms of colors, opacity, effects, and all of that. So that's a very straightforward way about how you can create an area chart, like where you have the strong black line or any other color line. Well, the last piece what I'll do is I will just remove this axis and click on show headers. This way we have just one axis like a standard chart always have. So that's how you can create an area chart with a strong line chart, and I'll meet you in the next video with some new topic. Hey guys, in this video I will show you how you can create an year-over-year chart within the Tableau. So for example, I have here is a chart which is comparing 2014 sales with 2015. So 2014 is represented by these dots or circles, and 2015 is represented by a line chart. So what I'll do is first of all I need order date. Okay, and yeah, that's fine, 2014, 15, 16 and 17, and then I'll create a calculated field to create the sales for 2 years. So what I'll do is I'll first say 2014 sales, use the if, and say year order date is equals to 2014, then give me sales, otherwise 0. I'll click OK. And here I should have my 2014 sales, and I'll duplicate it, go in here into the edit, and I will say it 2015 sales, change the 2015 over here and click OK. Now I have first of all let me take 2015 and then 2014. So now I have these two dual axes, and two different axes I'll convert into a dual axis, and these are my two dual axes right now. So what I can do is to better represent it is for 2014 I will change it to a circle, and if you see this representation is a bit different from the chart that we created is because this is my month. Alright, so what we can do is we can change from this to month, and now our chart looks very similar to what I showed you. After this, it is up to us to make any other additions. So for example, let's say if I don't want line, but if I want a bar chart, then I can create a bar chart if that suits my visualization, or if this looks pretty good as compared to the line chart. So that's how you can create dual axis line chart or bar chart with circle chart to compare your year-over-year sales. Hi there, in this dual axis line chart example I'll show you how you can create a chart like this where the line is representing overall sales, and down there these are the different categories which are creating this overall total. And this is basically helpful in knowing in which month, let's say in this case we have used the month on x-axis, in which month which category has performed really well and which category has performed worst, and how your overall sales is doing. And if there is a downfall, let's say in case of April, we can clearly see that it is mainly because of this technology category, because it has not performed pretty good in case of April. So this basically helps us figure out the reason why your sales are high or low. And from this chart it is pretty intuitive that when your technology sales are going high, let's say a little bit high in this case, so you can see a little bit of spike over here. Same is the case over here, like all the three categories are high, so that's why a higher spike, and over here a higher spike. So it's very much evident that a big factor is to drive a higher sale is your technology product. Alright, so this kind of intuition that we can make from this chart and present our findings. So how we can create it? Let me create a new worksheet, and what I am having over here is the order date. Where are you? Here are you. Okay, so order dates, I'll put it on columns and take the month. All right, and sales and sales. All right, I have 2-line chart now. So for the second line chart, what I'll do is I will take a category, and category is, let's say, this on the color. Now I have 3-line charts. If I want, I can change it to a circle. So now I have circle, I have the line chart, and I have the circle. Up until now we are good, but we want to combine that, and we can combine that by using the dual axis, right? I'll just change it to fit width. Now I have this, but the only point is it is not representing a pretty good picture as compared to this one. Why? Because we need to synchronize the axis. So I'll right click over here, and I don't know why this synchronize axis is not present, and yeah, over here. So we are taking sum of quantity and sum of sales, so that's why. So I'll just take this out and put it over here. I'll make this a line, and I will change this particular one to a circle. All right, I will make it a dual axis. So these kind of issues may happen. Okay, and I will just remove the category from the upper one, the first sales bill. I will synchronize the axis. Now they are down, and I will remove this particular section by clicking on show header. All right, so now I have this chart which is clearly representing what I created over here. As you know, you can see I have different color, but you can change the color by going over here and selecting what color you want as per your needs. So that's how you can create a line chart with the circle chart to basically represent the cause of your spikes or down in your data. Hey guys, in this video I will show you how you can create a map chart like this and then plot the circles on top of it. Generally, if you will try to do it, you will get 2 different charts. So what we will do is take an advantage of dual axis to do it. So let's see how we can configure this. For that, I'll create a new sheet, and what I'll do is drag, well, not city, it will be pretty dense. I'll take the state. Here I have the different states within the United States. And after that, first thing I will going to take is the profit. Here is the profit, but what I want is profit to be filled up. So filled map, well, sum of profit is over here, and on this we want the circle as sales. So if I just drag the sales over there, it will create a new chart for us. And if we try over here and see, we don't find a dual axis. So what do we need to do? We just need to drag this out here first and take latitude again over here. It will create a similar chart for us. Now I have latitude for this chart and latitude here, a second one for this chart. So for the second one, what I'll do is I will remove the profit and put sales, sum of sales, and sum of sales as circle. All right, and I will state should be as it is, and I will just make the color as black so it is properly here. One thing is, the sum of sales should not be on detail but on the size, so that it is properly sized and intuitive enough. Then I will go here and click on the dual axis, and this way I will now have the filled map filled with profits. On top of that we have sum of sales, and for which we can increase the size if it is not very intuitive or good enough. So it indicates, for example, a state like Texas where a sales is comparatively high but you are not profitable. Same is the case with these different different states. So this way you can create a filled map, a filled with some numeric category, so in this case profit, and on top of that you can show the sales amount for doing the comparative analysis and make your chart more intuitive so that it is communicating more. Well, that's pretty much it. I will meet you in the new video, some new topic. Hey guys, welcome to the new video. And in the previous video, if you remember, we created this chart where in the background we have a filled map chart where it is filled up with the profit, and profit is over here. So what we did is we simply dragged first the state, and when we took the second latitude over here, we created a dual axis chart, and based on that we had on the dual axis the circle. And so if you're not sure about how to create this, I will really recommend that you see the previous video, which basically explains how to create this chart from scratch. Now the thing is, what I want to do is experiment a little bit more and create a pie on instead of circle. So I have a pies which is representing that any category if you want. So for example, a category of product, or maybe subcategory, or maybe we have something called ship mode. Whatever your category is, you can show it in the pie to get the better insight into each of the geographical data and get some answers out of it. Alright, so what I need to do is first of all I need a category. So what I'll do is I put category over here on color, and I will put and change it to pie. So over here I have pie, and just to make sure, however it has taken up, if you see the circle, these pies, but they are all equally distributed, or if you see there is an equal weight, 33%, 33% and 33%. So what I need to do is I need to drag sum of sales over this angle, and now if you see over here it is all furniture, and over here it is technology and supplies. So now they are well distributed as per the sales which is there in the region. So that's a quick way about how you can have a better chart with the help of map and pie chart, and you can draw these pies based on top of a map chart. So background is showing the profit, and you are relating that profit with the type of category which is in there. So this is just one example, but you can further explore by getting the subcategory, probably shipping mode as I said, and segment in case customer segment if you want, you can do that, and get insights from your maps chart a little bit more with this dual combination chart. Hey guys, in this video I will talk about the Tableau parameters, and as you can see, Tableau parameters helps the end users to do the selection and change the analysis based on how they are changing the parameter. It's like giving a drop down or a range list in the hand of the user, and through which they can change the list box or selection filter and make the changes in the entire analysis accordingly. So a couple of ways in which Tableau parameters can be helpful. I have just written it over here. First is the helpful in scenario planning, where you have the different scenarios to plan. You can just change the values based on parameters and you get the new scenario. So you can do that sort of analysis. Second is what if analysis. So it's like, if I'm changing this, then what will going to happen? So it's like what if analysis, which I have wrongly put it here. What is? So what if? And third is a new way, because I think from Tableau 8 you can connect to your statistical packages or softwares like R and Python, and you can pass the parameters over there based on how you want to tune the algorithm by changing their parameters. You can do that with the help of parameters. So that's another innovative way through which you can use the Tableau parameters and do the analysis or an efficient analysis. Alright, so in this series of videos I will be covering some small topics as we will move on. into each video. And first of all, we will go with some basic ideas, and then we will see midway through or by the end of this series. I have some 10 or 12 videos planned for this. So you will see all of those things, how I'm going it through, and then how it is providing you the good output. Alright, so let's begin with the first example. So I'll just cancel it. So what I have for you is, let's say you want to create a kind of a divide between what happens before a particular date and what happens after that kind of analysis, and want to put some sort of a line to basically represent that and give the control to the end user where they can shift the line dynamically. So how we can do that with the help of parameters, let me just show it to you. Alright, so what I will take is, for date I will just take order date, and I'll keep it, let's say, day. And what I'll take is sets over here, and here I have a line chart. And just to show it properly, what I'll do is I will change from here day to a proper day which has the month, year, and particular date. So what I get is a busy chart like this. So it's pretty busy, and let's say we want to create a divide on November 1. Maybe there is a particular date on which you have, let's say, launched a product or changed a policy or something like that. So this is a good visual representation if you have a line over here through which you can change it, as well as a flexibility in your hand where you can shift that line based on your need. So what I'll do is I will going to create a parameter, and I will just say divide. You can change whatever number you want, and you have a couple of data types over here, that float, integer, string, boolean, date, day, and time. So what I'll take is basically date right over here, and I will keep the format as it is, and I will just change the 2018 to something which is, let's say, 2015. Alright, 2015. Once you have a parameter set up over here, what I'll do is go into analytics pane over here and create a reference line. And to do that, what I'll do is I will put on table and day of order date. So what it will going to do is it will gonna put a reference line like this. So entire table, that's fine, but I will choose a value which is divide parameters. So when I put a divide parameter, which is 23rd of November 2015, it has come over here. So keep it constant, minimum, maximum. I will leave it as it is for now, and I will put a dashed line over here, and dash and maybe black so that it is clearly visible, and click OK. Alright, so I have a line over here. If I want to change it to, let's say, something to maybe May 2016, 2nd May. So my line is now over here on 2nd May 2016. If I want to go back and forth like this, I can do it, and my line will change accordingly what selection I made. So this way you can very easily make a movable line which will help your end user to basically put some sort of a divide between your data based on the threshold of your interest, and that would be a product launch date, a policy change date, or you entered into a new region, whatever it may be, and it will show you or give you an intuitive interface. So that's about it, and I will now meet you in the next video with a new topic.